Every restless night begins the same way. The body is tired, but the mind refuses to follow. The lights go off, the world slows down, and suddenly you are alone with your thoughts. Not the calm ones, but the unfinished conversations, the worries you postponed all day, the memories that knock the moment silence arrives, and the pressure to figure everything out before morning. Not because you choose to think, but because your mind was never taught how to be still. We live in a world that rewards noise, faster thoughts, more planning, endless problem solving. We are praised for staying alert, staying busy, staying on. But no one shows us how to power down without fear, how to let go without feeling irresponsible, how to rest without guilt. So at night, when there is nothing left to do, the mind keeps working, searching, tightening its grip. The Stoics understood this long before modern science did. They saw that most suffering happens after the day ends, that the mind exhausts itself by chasing what it cannot control, that peace does not arrive by force, but by release. Sleep comes naturally when the mind stops arguing with reality. This is not about stopping thoughts by fighting them. It is not about silencing the mind with effort, and it is not about escaping who you are. It is about learning the ancient skill of mental withdrawal, observing thoughts without feeding them, loosening the need to control tomorrow, so tonight can finally belong to rest. The Stoics believed that when you stop clinging to every thought, the mind settles on its own, like water becoming clear when left undisturbed. This guide exists for one reason: to help you lay the mind down the way you lay the body down, to teach you how to end the day without carrying it into the night, to remind you that sleep is not something you chase. It is something that arrives when you stop resisting stillness. Tonight is not about fixing yourself. It is about allowing yourself to rest. And when the mind finally lets go, sleep will follow. As the mind begins to soften, something subtle happens. The noise does not disappear all at once, but it loosens. The grip of the day weakens. This is the moment most people rush past, either by forcing sleep or by distracting themselves again. The Stoics did the opposite. They stayed here. Because they knew that what happens in the quiet before sleep decides the quality of the next day. Night was never just an ending to them. It was a testing ground, a place where the mind, stripped of duties and distractions, revealed its true habits. During the day, it is easy to feel disciplined. Work provides structure. Conversations give direction. Urgency masks inner chaos. But when the world goes still, there is nothing left to lean on, no roles to perform, no tasks to hide behind, only the mind, speaking freely. The Stoics understood that this was not a problem to avoid, but an opportunity to train. They noticed something most people miss. The mind behaves differently at night because it loses the illusion of control. During the day, action creates the feeling that things are being managed. At night, action stops, and the mind compensates by thinking harder, planning, replaying, worrying, predicting. The Stoics saw this as the ego struggling to stay relevant. Instead of suppressing this process, they studied it. They watched how thoughts rise when external control fades. This awareness alone reduced the power of those thoughts. For the Stoics, nighttime thinking was not a sign of weakness. It was a mirror. What troubles you at night is what you have not resolved internally during the day. Not events, but judgments. Not problems, but attachments. They believed the night exposes where you place your sense of safety. If your mind races, it is often because peace was outsourced to outcomes that are no longer active. Sleep becomes difficult not because the body is restless, but because the mind is clinging to what it cannot command. They treated this moment as psychological training because it revealed how much of the mind runs on habit. Thoughts appear automatically, without permission. The Stoics taught that freedom begins when you realize you are not required to answer every thought. Night was the perfect environment to practice this because nothing demanded a response. No decision had to be made, no action could be taken. The only option was to observe. This was not passive, it was disciplined restraint. Stoic philosophers would often review the day before sleep, not to judge themselves, but to drain the mind of unfinished business. By calmly examining actions and reactions, they prevented the mind from repeating them later in emotional loops. This was not rumination, it was closure. Once examined, thoughts lost urgency. The mind no longer needed to bring them back at midnight. This practice trained the mind to trust that nothing important was being ignored. Night also taught them humility. In darkness, the limits of control become obvious. You cannot force sleep. You cannot command peace. You can only remove resistance. The Stoics believed this lesson carried into waking life. A person who learns to let go at night becomes less reactive during the day. They stop trying to dominate outcomes and start focusing on responses. This shift reduces mental friction, which is one of the main causes of exhaustion. They also understood that the mind becomes more honest when tired. Defenses weaken, pretenses drop. At night, the mind reveals what it truly values and fears. Instead of correcting these thoughts, Stoics allowed them to pass through without engagement. This taught the mind that it did not need to perform to be safe. Over time, this reduced the mind's need to stay alert after dark. Sleep, to the Stoics, was not just rest for the body, it was restoration of judgment. A mind that sleeps well is a mind that knows when to stop interfering. Night trained them to accept uncertainty without panic, to leave questions unanswered without anxiety, to trust that clarity does not come from force but from stillness. By treating night as training rather than an obstacle, the Stoics transformed rest into a skill. They learned that the quiet mind is not created by controlling thoughts, but by removing the belief that every thought matters. This is why they slept with less struggle, not because their lives were easier, but because they stopped demanding certainty from the dark. And in that surrender, the mind finally learned how to rest. And once you start seeing night as training, you notice something uncomfortable. It isn't the big worries that steal your sleep first. It's the small permission you give the mind right at the edge of rest. That tiny decision to keep the light on inside your head for a little longer. One more thought, one more check, one more mental review. It feels harmless, even responsible, but it quietly teaches your nervous system that bedtime is not a landing, it's another battlefield. There's a particular sadness in that moment when the body is finally ready to let go, yet the mind reaches for one last thread. It often comes with a sense of urgency that doesn't match reality. A fear that if you don't solve something now, you'll lose control of your life. That feeling makes people curious about their own thinking. Why does the brain suddenly treat midnight like a deadline? Why does tomorrow feel heavier when you're lying still? This is where the hidden cost begins. That last thought is rarely just one thought. It is a door, and the mind is skilled at turning doorways into hallways. A single idea triggers another, and another, because the brain is wired for association. You think about a message you sent, then about how it was received, then about what it means about you, then about a similar moment years ago, then about a future conversation you haven't had yet. The mind does this automatically, but the key is what you do next. When you follow the chain, you reward it. The brain learns bed is a place where thinking continues. Over time, your body starts linking the bed with alertness instead of shutdown, and falling asleep becomes harder even on good days. The cost is also physical. Sleep is not something the mind grants. It is something the nervous system allows. The body needs a shift into safety mode, a state where the heart rate slows and the muscles unclench. One more thought often pushes you in the opposite direction. Even if the thought seems small, it can activate the stress response because the brain does not carefully label threats. It reacts to meaning. A quick mental rehearsal of tomorrow's meeting can trigger the same chemistry as a real confrontation. The body doesn't know it's only thinking. It only knows you have entered a state of readiness. This is why the final thoughts before sleep matter more than the earlier ones. Your brain is setting the tone for the night, like the last song playing before the lights go out. If the last mental activity is evaluating, predicting, fixing, or defending, the system stays switched on. You might still fall asleep from exhaustion, but the sleep can become lighter, more fragmented, and less restorative. And then you wake up feeling like you were in bed, but never truly rested. There is another cost people don't see until it's ingrained. You train yourself to depend on thinking as comfort. The mind tells you, if I keep working, you'll be safe. This creates a false partnership where you believe calm comes from mental effort. The Stoics would call this attachment to control. Not control in a dramatic sense, but the quiet need to manage outcomes in your head so you don't feel exposed. The problem is that control becomes endless. There is always another angle, another risk, another possibility. So, one more thought becomes a nightly ritual, and rituals shape identity. Eventually, you don't just have insomnia, you become a person who overthinks at night. That habit also changes how you relate to yourself. When you keep thinking at the edge of sleep, you often bring judgment with you. You start reviewing your day like a prosecutor, searching for mistakes, awkward moments, missed chances. That inner courtroom may feel like self-improvement, but it is usually self-punishment in disguise. The mind tries to correct the past by replaying it, yet each replay deepens the emotional groove. This is why some memories feel louder at night, not because they are more important at midnight, but because midnight is when you give them the stage. The Stoic alternative is not to fight the thought, but to refuse the invitation. A thought can appear without your consent, but it cannot hold you without your participation. This is where practice becomes real. When one more thought arrives, treat it like a knock at the door. You can notice it without opening. You can say, I see you, without stepping into a debate. This small pause breaks the chain reaction. It teaches the mind that bedtime is not the place for problem solving, and it teaches the body that stillness is safe. A practical way to do this is to set a clear boundary earlier in the evening. The mind resists silence when it fears neglect, so give it a container. Spend a short, intentional window before bed to write down what feels unfinished. Tasks, worries, reminders, anything that keeps looping. Not to solve it, but to park it. This signals to the brain that nothing is being lost. When one more thought comes later, you can return to the boundary. It's already captured. It can wait. Over time, this creates trust between you and your own mind. The deepest cost of that last thought is that it steals your ability to surrender. Sleep requires a soft letting go, not just of the day, but of the need to be in charge. Every time you choose one more thought, you tighten your grip a little longer. And every time you practice releasing it, you build a different kind of strength, the strength to stop negotiating with your mind when it is time to rest. This is not weakness, it is wisdom, and it is one of the quiet skills that changes everything. And after enough nights of giving the mind just a little more room, something subtle takes shape. It no longer feels like a habit. It starts to feel like you. The restless thinking, the constant inner commentary, the sense that silence would be strange, even unsafe. At some point, the question is no longer, why can't I sleep? But, who would I be without all this noise? That is where the deeper cost lives. There is a quiet moment when people stop seeing mental noise as something that happens to them and start seeing it as something they are. I'm an overthinker. My mind never shuts off. That's just how my brain works. These statements feel honest, even self-aware, but they are rarely questioned. The Stoics warned about this without using modern language. They understood that the greatest trap of the mind is not chaos, but identification. Once you believe a mental habit is your identity, you stop examining it. You stop asking whether it serves you. You defend it, even when it exhausts you. Mental noise often begins as a coping strategy. Thinking helped you survive something once. It helped you stay prepared, avoid mistakes, or make sense of uncertainty. The mind learned that constant analysis equals safety. Over time, that strategy outlived its usefulness, but the mind kept running it anyway. Instead of seeing it as an old tool, you started wearing it like a label. The habit hardened into a personality trait, and traits feel permanent. This is why mental noise feels personal. When someone suggests just relax or stop thinking so much, it can feel insulting. Not because the advice is shallow, but because it threatens an identity you've grown used to. If the noise stops, who are you then? The planner, the worrier, the one who stays ahead of disaster, the one who never misses a detail. The Stoics believed this fear is what keeps the mind loud, not the thoughts themselves, but the attachment to the role they play. At night, this identity becomes louder because there is nothing else to reinforce who you think you are. During the day, actions confirm your sense of self. At night, thought takes over that job. The mind fills the silence by reminding you of everything you manage, everything you carry, everything that depends on you. It feels important, necessary, almost noble. Letting go feels like letting yourself disappear. But here is the truth the Stoics held firmly. You are not your thoughts, and you are not your habits of thinking. Those are patterns, not essence. Marcus Aurelius wrote about this idea often, reminding himself that the mind produces impressions automatically, but the self is defined by how it relates to them. Mental noise becomes identity only when it goes unquestioned. When you stop asking, is this useful, and start assuming, this is me. There is another hidden cost to this identity. Once you believe noise equals you, silence feels like emptiness. Calm feels boring. Stillness feels like a loss of depth. Some people even feel anxious when their mind quiets, because the noise has become proof of existence. This is why sleep can feel threatening. Sleep asks you to drop the story you tell yourself about being the one who is always thinking. It asks you to exist without commentary. That can feel unfamiliar, even scary. The Stoics approached this gently. They did not try to rip away identities. They loosened them. They practiced stepping back from thoughts and labeling them simply as a thought, not my thought, not who I am. This small shift creates space. When you see mental noise as something happening in you rather than something happening as you, curiosity returns. You start noticing patterns instead of defending them. You begin to see how often the mind repeats the same themes, the same fears, the same self-descriptions, night after night. This awareness weakens the spell. Once you see that most nighttime thoughts are recycled, not urgent, the identity starts to crack. You realize you are not discovering new truths at 1 a.m. You are replaying familiar loops. And loops are habits, not destiny. This realization is freeing, but also uncomfortable, because it removes the excuse. If this is a habit, it can be changed, and change always asks something of you. A simple way to begin questioning this identity is to listen to the language you use with yourself. Notice how often you say, "I am," followed by a mental behavior. I am anxious. I am a thinker. I am always in my head. Try replacing it silently with, "My mind is doing this right now." The difference is small but powerful. One is a sentence about identity. The other is a sentence about a temporary state. The nervous system responds differently to each. Another practice is to notice who you are in brief moments when the mind naturally quiets. Maybe while watching the sky or listening to rain or drifting just before sleep. You do not disappear. You are still present, still aware, still you. This shows that your identity does not require constant noise to exist. The noise is an overlay, not the foundation. When mental noise stops being who you are, it becomes something you can set down, not forever, not perfectly, but enough. Enough to rest, enough to sleep, enough to remember that silence is not a threat to your identity, but a return to it. And when the mind loosens its grip on identity, another habit quietly reveals itself. The need to finish the day mentally, to tie every loose end, to reach some inner conclusion before sleep feels allowed. This need often hides behind words like responsibility or self-awareness, but underneath it lives a deeper tension. The feeling that rest must be earned, that the day cannot end until everything makes sense. There is a particular restlessness that comes from unfinishedness. Not unfinished tasks, but unfinished thoughts, conversations that did not go as planned, feelings that were never expressed, questions that remain open. Many people carry these into bed as if sleep were a courtroom and the mind were required to deliver a final verdict. The Stoics noticed how this habit keeps the nervous system alert long after the body is ready to stop. They understood something simple and unsettling. Most days do not end cleanly. Life does not offer closure on demand. Waiting for emotional resolution before resting is like waiting for the ocean to become still before stepping away from the shore. It does not happen, and if you insist on it, you will stay awake forever. The Stoic art of ending the day was not about resolution, it was about release. They practiced letting the day remain incomplete without seeing that as a failure. This required a shift in how they viewed responsibility. Modern thinking often tells us that if something feels unresolved, it must be solved immediately. The Stoics disagreed. They believed that wisdom includes knowing when not to engage, especially when engagement no longer changes outcomes. At night, the mind often chases closure because it fears uncertainty. Unanswered questions feel like loose threats. The brain keeps them active as a form of protection, hoping to prevent future pain. But the Stoics saw that this strategy backfires. Instead of protecting peace, it destroys it. The more you chase closure in the dark, the more the mind learns that nighttime is for emotional labor. One of their quiet insights was that clarity improves with distance. A thought that feels urgent at night often loses its intensity by morning. This is not avoidance, it is timing. The Stoics trusted the rhythm of the mind. They knew that fatigue distorts judgment, that tired thinking exaggerates importance and shrinks perspective. Ending the day without closure was an act of respect for the mind's limits. They practiced a form of mental completion that did not require answers. Instead of asking, "Did I fix everything?" they asked, "Did I act with intention today?" This subtle shift changes everything. Intention belongs to you. Outcomes do not. When the focus moves from results to effort, the mind no longer needs to replay events endlessly. It can acknowledge the day and let it go. Another reason the Stoics avoided chasing closure was their understanding of control. Closure implies finality, but life is ongoing. Thoughts that demand resolution often return anyway because they are connected to deeper values or fears. Trying to close them prematurely can create more tension. The Stoics allowed thoughts to remain open without labeling them as problems. This reduced the pressure to solve what could only be lived through. They also knew that emotional digestion takes time. Just as the body needs hours to process food, the mind needs space to process experience. Forcing emotional closure before sleep is like forcing digestion by will. It does not work, and it creates discomfort. Sleep itself is part of how the mind processes life. By resting, you are not postponing clarity, you are preparing for it. A practical Stoic approach to ending the day was acknowledgement without analysis. Noticing what happened, how it felt, and where effort was placed, without turning those observations into stories. This allowed the mind to feel seen without being dragged into judgment. When the mind feels heard, it becomes quieter. When it feels interrogated, it becomes defensive. The Stoics also accepted that some days end badly. Some days include mistakes, conflict, regret, or disappointment. They did not demand that every day end in peace. They demanded honesty. Ending the day without closure meant allowing discomfort to exist without trying to fix it immediately. This taught the nervous system that discomfort is survivable and that rest does not depend on perfection. One of the most powerful effects of this practice is trust. When you consistently end the day without forcing closure, you teach your mind that unresolved things can wait without danger. This builds confidence not just in sleep, but in life. You stop rushing emotional processes. You stop needing instant relief. You learn that time and rest are allies, not threats. Ending the day this way does not mean indifference. It means discernment. Knowing when reflection becomes rumination. Knowing when care becomes control. Knowing when the mind is tired enough that the kindest thing you can do is stop asking questions. The Stoics believed that a well-lived day does not need a perfect ending. It needs a gentle one. When you let the day end unfinished, without self-attack or mental cleanup, you create the conditions for real rest. And in that rest, something quiet happens. The mind learns that it does not have to carry everything into the dark. It can put the day down, even if the story is not complete. And when the day is finally set down without forcing an ending, the mind often reaches forward instead. If it cannot fix what already happened, it tries to secure what has not arrived yet. This is where many nights quietly unravel. The body is ready to rest, but the mind leans into tomorrow as if sleep were irresponsible, as if letting go now would invite disaster later. The urge feels practical, even wise, but beneath it lives something more fragile. There is a tight feeling that comes with thinking about tomorrow at night, a subtle pressure, a sense that if you don't prepare enough, something will go wrong. That feeling is not planning. It is fear wearing a thoughtful mask. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that the mind reaches into the future most aggressively when it does not feel safe in the present. Trying to solve tomorrow at night is driven by the belief that vigilance prevents pain. The mind says, if I rehearse every scenario, I won't be caught off guard. But nighttime thinking rarely produces clarity. It produces repetition. You don't actually solve tomorrow, you circle it. The same situations replay, the same outcomes are imagined, and the same emotions are triggered. The body responds as if those events are already happening. This is why the heart races, the jaw tightens, and sleep drifts further away. The Stoics believed fear often hides inside control. When the mind cannot accept uncertainty, it tries to dominate it mentally. Tomorrow becomes a puzzle that must be completed before rest is allowed. But tomorrow does not exist yet. There is no full information, no final version. Trying to solve it now is like arguing with fog. The effort drains energy without producing results. At night, the mind is also less capable of good judgment. Fatigue narrows perspective. What feels like foresight is often pessimism amplified by exhaustion. The Stoics warned against making mental commitments when the mind is tired. They knew that anxious preparation at night creates distorted expectations. You wake up already braced for a threat that may never arrive. There is also a deeper emotional layer. Solving tomorrow at night can feel like an act of care, especially for people who carry responsibility for others. Parents, leaders, caregivers, thinkers. The mind tells you that staying alert is love, that rest is neglect. The Stoics challenged this belief gently. They understood that a rested mind serves better than an anxious one. That clarity comes from presence, not preoccupation. Another reason this habit persists is because the mind confuses thought with action. At night, when physical action is unavailable, the mind fills the gap by thinking harder. This creates the illusion of productivity. But there is a difference between preparation and agitation. Preparation has limits. It ends when it no longer improves outcome. Agitation ignores limits and keeps going, driven by discomfort rather than purpose. The cost of this fear-based thinking shows up the next day. You wake up already tired, already tense, already halfway into problems that have not occurred. This reduces adaptability. When real situations arrive, the mind is less flexible because it has spent the night rehearsing fixed scripts. The Stoics valued adaptability above prediction. They believed strength came from responding well, not anticipating perfectly. They practiced trust in the present moment, not blind optimism, but confidence in their ability to meet whatever came with reason and character. This trust made nighttime planning unnecessary. They knew that tomorrow would be handled by tomorrow's mind, not last night's anxious one. This separation is crucial. When you try to solve tomorrow now, you steal from the resources you will need later. The Stoics also saw fear in the demand for certainty. At night, the mind wants reassurance. It wants guarantees. It wants to know how things will turn out. But life does not offer guarantees, and sleep requires accepting that. Rest is an act of courage because it means putting down vigilance. It means admitting that control has limits. For the Stoics, this was not weakness, it was wisdom aligned with reality. A useful shift is to notice the emotional tone behind your nighttime planning. Is it calm and brief or urgent and repetitive? Calm planning ends naturally. Fear-driven planning does not. When you see urgency, treat it as a signal, not a command. The signal is not that you need to think more. It is that your nervous system does not feel safe enough to rest. One Stoic practice was to remind themselves of what truly belongs to them, their actions, their values, their effort. Tomorrow's outcomes do not. By returning to this distinction, the mind releases its grip. You cannot solve tomorrow, but you can prepare your character. And character does not require midnight rehearsals. It requires rest. When you stop trying to solve tomorrow at night, something surprising happens. You don't become careless. You become clearer. Sleep deepens. The body resets. And in the morning, problems feel more workable, not because they changed, but because you did. Fear shrinks when you stop feeding it with endless thought. Letting tomorrow wait is not denial. It is respect for timing. It is understanding that the mind works best when it is allowed to stop working. And when night is no longer used to guard against the future, it becomes what it was meant to be. A place of recovery. A place where fear loosens its grip. A place where trust quietly returns. And when the mind finally stops chasing tomorrow, another habit steps into view. It sounds healthy on the surface, even wise, the habit of thinking things through, of reviewing the day, of trying to learn from what happened. This is where many people get confused, because not all thinking is the same. Some of it clears the mind, some of it quietly poisons it. The Stoics drew a sharp line between the two, and crossing that line at night often decides whether sleep comes easily or not. There is a calm feeling that comes with true reflection. It has a beginning and an end. It feels steady, almost neutral. Rumination feels different. It feels sticky, circular, heavy. Reflection looks at events to understand them. Rumination replays them to relive them. The Stoics were very clear about this difference because they saw how easily the mind disguises rumination as responsibility. Reflection, in Stoic philosophy, is deliberate and brief. It asks simple questions. What did I do well? What could I do better next time? Did I act according to my values? Once those questions are answered, reflection stops. It does not argue. It does not insult. It does not demand perfection. Its purpose is alignment, not punishment. Because of this, reflection leaves the mind lighter than it found it. Rumination has no such limit. It asks the same questions again and again, hoping for a different emotional outcome. It focuses on what should have happened, what someone else meant, how things could have gone differently. Instead of guiding behavior, it amplifies emotion. The Stoics believed rumination was the mind confusing attention with control. The belief that if you think long enough, pain will dissolve. In reality, it multiplies. At night, the difference becomes especially important. The mind is tired, defenses are low, and emotions carry more weight. Reflection done earlier in the evening can settle the mind. Rumination done in bed keeps it alert. The Stoics advised against deep analysis when the mind is fatigued, not because insight is impossible, but because perspective is distorted. Tired thinking exaggerates mistakes and minimizes progress. Another key difference is where attention is placed. Reflection focuses on your own actions and judgments. Rumination focuses on outcomes and other people. Reflection asks, did I respond with integrity? Rumination asks, why did this happen to me? One builds agency, the other builds helplessness. The Stoics trained themselves to notice when the mind slipped from one into the other. Rumination also carries an emotional charge that reflection does not. There is usually tension in the body when rumination is happening. Tightness in the chest, clenched muscles, shallow breathing. Reflection feels quieter, more grounded. The body does not brace itself. The Stoics paid close attention to these signals. They believed the body often reveals when the mind has crossed into unhelpful territory. One reason rumination is so tempting is that it feels morally serious. It feels like you are taking life seriously, caring deeply, holding yourself accountable. But the Stoics challenged this idea. They believed excessive self-criticism was not virtue, it was imbalance. Wisdom to them meant accurate self-assessment, not constant self-surveillance. They also understood that rumination is backward-looking control. You cannot change the past, but the mind keeps returning to it as if repetition might rewrite it. This creates frustration because the effort never pays off. Reflection accepts the past as fixed and focuses on adjusting future behavior. Rumination refuses acceptance and stays stuck in regret. Another subtle difference lies in timing. Reflection has its place, but not every moment is suitable. The Stoics believed nighttime was for rest, not moral interrogation. If reflection had not happened earlier, they allowed it to wait. This was not avoidance. It was respect for mental rhythm. They trusted that insight would be clearer after sleep. A simple Stoic test helps distinguish the two. After thinking, do you feel clearer or heavier, more settled or more agitated? If the mind feels calmer, reflection likely occurred. If it feels more tangled, rumination has taken over. This test removes the need for complex analysis. The body tells the truth quickly. The Stoics also practiced containment. They limited how long reflection lasted. Once the review was done, they consciously let it end. This taught the mind that thinking has boundaries. Rumination thrives where there are none. By ending reflection intentionally, they prevented it from bleeding into the night. Perhaps the most important difference is intention. Reflection is done to live better. Rumination is done to feel safer. But safety does not come from replaying pain. It comes from trusting your capacity to respond well when needed. The Stoics believed that once a lesson is understood, there is no virtue in repeating the pain that taught it. When you learn to tell reflection from rumination, nights change. You stop calling self-attack growth. You stop confusing exhaustion with insight. You give the mind permission to rest after it has done enough. And in that permission, something gentle happens. The mind no longer needs to circle the same ground. It knows it will be heard at the right time. This distinction is not just philosophical, it is practical. It determines whether the mind feels safe enough to sleep. Reflection builds trust. Rumination erodes it. And when the mind trusts that it will not be punished in the dark, it becomes much easier to let go. And once reflection is separated from rumination, something else becomes easier to notice. The body has been trying to rest for a while now. Signals are being sent. Muscles soften. Breathing slows. The eyelids grow heavy, yet sleep still doesn't arrive. Not because the body isn't ready, but because another force steps in quietly and overrides those signals. There is a tight edge to anticipatory anxiety. It doesn't shout. It whispers, It says something is coming and you should stay alert. It does not point to a clear danger. It points to possibility. What might happen, what could go wrong, what you should be ready for. This is why it feels different from ordinary worry. It lives in the future, but it acts on the body now. The Stoics understood that the body does not distinguish between real threats and imagined ones. It responds to meaning, not accuracy. When the mind anticipates trouble, the body prepares as if the trouble has already arrived. Hormones meant for action begin to circulate. The heart stays slightly elevated. The nervous system shifts into readiness. These reactions are subtle, but they are enough to block the transition into sleep. Sleep requires a sense of safety. Not intellectual safety, but physical permission. The body must feel that vigilance is no longer needed. Anticipatory anxiety interrupts this by keeping the system half awake. You may feel tired, but not settled. Calm, but not at ease. This is the strange state where you lie still, yet feel wired underneath. The Stoics saw this as the body responding faithfully to the mind's instructions. What makes anticipatory anxiety so powerful at night is that there is nothing to discharge it. During the day, anxiety can be released through movement, conversation, or action. At night, there is nowhere for it to go. The energy turns inward. The mind scans the future, and the body braces. This loop continues because neither side knows how to stop first. Another reason this anxiety hijacks sleep is because of timing. The mind is less capable of evaluating risk when tired. Small uncertainties feel large. Ordinary responsibilities feel heavy. The Stoics warned that nighttime magnifies impressions. A thought that would pass easily during the day can feel urgent after dark. The body reacts accordingly, even though the threat is unchanged. Anticipatory anxiety also thrives on responsibility. People who care deeply often feel this most. The desire to do things right, to protect others, to avoid mistakes. These values are not the problem. The problem is when the mind decides they must be handled now. At night, the mind turns responsibility into surveillance. It keeps watch long after it is useful. The Stoics believed this was a misunderstanding of duty. They taught that duty includes knowing when effort helps and when it harms. Staying alert at night does not make tomorrow safer. It makes you weaker for it. Anticipatory anxiety convinces the body that rest is risky. In truth, rest is preparation. The body repairs itself during sleep. The mind reorganizes information. When anxiety blocks this process, it robs you of the very resources you think you are protecting. There is also a sensory component. Anticipatory anxiety sharpens awareness. Sounds seem louder. Thoughts feel closer. Sensations are amplified. This is the nervous system staying on guard. The Stoics noticed that when the mind expects trouble, it scans for evidence. The body joins in by staying alert to every shift. This makes drifting into unconsciousness feel unsafe, even if you cannot explain why. Breaking this cycle does not require convincing yourself that nothing bad will happen. The Stoics were not optimists in that sense. They accepted that difficulty is part of life. What they practiced instead was trust in response. They trusted that when something happens, they will meet it with reason and character. This trust allows the body to stand down. A helpful shift is to stop asking the mind to predict and start reminding it of competence. Not everything will be fine, but whatever comes, I can respond. This returns attention to what is within your control. The body relaxes when it feels capable, not when it feels certain. Anticipatory anxiety feeds on uncertainty. Confidence in response starves it. Another Stoic approach was to anchor attention in the present physical moment, not to distract, but to ground, feeling the weight of the body, the contact with the bed, the rhythm of breathing. These signals tell the nervous system that there is no immediate demand. The body learns safety through sensation, not argument. It also helps to recognize the timing of anxious thoughts. If a concern appears only at night and loses power by morning, it is likely fueled by fatigue, not urgency. The Stoics trusted this pattern. They gave nighttime thoughts less authority, not because they were unimportant, but because the mind was not in its best condition to handle them. Over time, this practice retrains the body. When anticipatory anxiety appears and is not followed, the nervous system learns that nothing bad happens when vigilance is released. Sleep signals regain their strength. The body remembers how to let go. Anticipatory anxiety feels protective, but it is often misplaced loyalty. It keeps watch when no watch is needed. The Stoics taught that true strength includes knowing when to rest. When the body no longer receives instructions to stay alert for a future that has not arrived, it returns to its natural rhythm. And in that rhythm, sleep is not forced. It is allowed. And as the body slowly relearns how to stand down, another reflex begins to soften. The need to know, the need to be certain, the itch to answer every question before rest feels permitted. For many people, sleep does not fail because of fear alone, but because the mind refuses to leave anything unresolved. It keeps asking and asking and asking, long after answers stop being useful. There is a quiet discomfort that comes from an unanswered question. It feels unfinished, slightly unsafe, like leaving a door unlocked. The mind tells you that clarity equals safety, and uncertainty equals risk. So it keeps searching. Why did this happen? What does it mean? What should I do next? At night, these questions grow louder, not because they are more important, but because there is nothing else competing for attention. The Stoics noticed how exhausting this habit was. They understood that many questions do not have answers available in the moment. Some answers require time, some require experience, some are not meant to be known at all. Trying to force an answer before sleep was, to them, a misunderstanding of how wisdom works. Leaving questions unanswered was not ignorance. It was discipline. The discipline to recognize when inquiry becomes disturbance. The Stoics believed that the mind, like the body, has limits. Just as you would not demand physical strength from tired muscles, they believed you should not demand clarity from a tired mind. One reason unanswered questions feel so uncomfortable at night is because the mind confuses uncertainty with danger. During the day, uncertainty can be tolerated because action is possible. At night, action is unavailable, so the mind tries to compensate by thinking harder. This creates the illusion that thinking will resolve uncertainty. In reality, it often deepens it. The Stoics practiced something rare in both ancient and modern life. They allowed uncertainty to remain open without labeling it as a threat. They understood that not knowing does not mean unprepared. It means patient. They trusted that clarity often arrives after rest, not before it. There is also an emotional layer to unanswered questions. Many of them are not practical at all. They are personal. Questions about worth, direction, meaning, relationships, identity. These are not questions that can be solved at midnight, yet the mind insists on bringing them there. The Stoics recognize this as misplaced effort. They believed such questions should be lived, not answered under pressure. Another reason this practice was forgotten is because modern culture rewards certainty. We are taught that confident answers signal strength. Doubt is seen as weakness. The Stoics rejected this idea. They believed strength came from knowing what you can hold and what you must set down. Leaving a question unanswered was a sign of self-command, not avoidance. At night, the demand for answers often becomes absolute. The mind feels that sleep should not begin until everything makes sense. But sense-making is not always possible, especially when emotions are raw and energy is low. The Stoics allowed the day to end without intellectual closure. They trusted the mind's ability to return to questions later with fresh perspective. This practice also protected them from false conclusions. A tired mind is more likely to accept the first explanation that reduces discomfort, even if it is inaccurate. Leaving a question unanswered prevents premature certainty. It keeps the mind flexible. The Stoics valued this flexibility more than quick conclusions. There is a subtle freedom in saying, "I don't know, and I don't need to know right now." This statement relaxes the nervous system. It removes pressure. It signals that rest is allowed even in the presence of uncertainty. Over time, this becomes a powerful sleep cue. The body learns that unanswered questions do not require vigilance. The Stoics also noticed that many questions dissolve on their own. What felt urgent at night often feels distant by morning. Some questions lose relevance. Others reveal themselves through action rather than thought. By leaving them unanswered, you allow this natural sorting process to occur. A practical way to apply this is to notice when a question repeats without progress. If the same question returns night after night with no new insight, it is likely not seeking an answer. It is seeking reassurance. The Stoics would gently disengage at this point, not by suppressing the question, but by acknowledging it and refusing to wrestle with it further. They also practiced trusting time. Time for them was not an enemy of clarity, but a partner. Rest was part of reasoning. Sleep was part of wisdom. By stepping away from unanswered questions, they allowed deeper understanding to form beneath conscious effort. This practice changes how the mind experiences silence. Silence stops being a gap that must be filled and becomes a space that can hold uncertainty without strain. The mind no longer rushes to explain everything. It learns that it can exist without constant answers. Leaving questions unanswered does not mean abandoning them. It means placing them where they belong. Not in the dark, exhausted hours of the night, but in the living daylight of experience. The Stoics believed that some truths arrive quietly after rest, when the mind is no longer demanding them. When you stop forcing answers before sleep, something gentle happens. The mind releases its grip. The body senses relief, and rest arrives not as a reward for certainty, but as a companion to acceptance. And when unanswered questions are finally allowed to rest, a deeper layer reveals itself. Beneath the need to know is the fear of quiet itself. Not boredom, not emptiness, but a subtle unease that arises the moment the mind stops filling space. Silence for many people does not feel peaceful. It feels exposed, as if something important has been taken away. Silence feels unsafe to an untrained mind because the mind learned early on that noise equals protection. Thoughts became companions. Inner dialogue became company. Constant thinking became proof that you were alert, engaged, alive. When silence appears, it can feel like standing without armor. There is nothing to hide behind, no narrative running, no commentary buffering experience. The Stoics noticed that this discomfort had nothing to do with danger and everything to do with habit. The mind is not born fearing silence. It is conditioned into it. Over time, thinking becomes a reflexive response to uncertainty, discomfort, or vulnerability. The moment something feels unclear, the mind produces noise, explanations, stories, judgments, plans. This creates a sense of movement, and movement feels safer than stillness. Silence interrupts that movement, so the mind resists it. At night, this resistance becomes stronger because external stimulation fades. During the day, noise comes from the world. At night, the mind must generate its own. If it fails to do so, silence takes over, and silence removes the illusion of control. Without commentary, you are left with raw presence, sensation, breath, being. For an untrained mind, this feels unfamiliar and therefore threatening. The Stoics understood that silence exposes what thinking usually covers: unprocessed emotion, tension in the body, uncertainty about identity. When the mind quiets, these things can surface without explanation. The mind reacts by turning noise back on. It is not trying to harm you. It is trying to protect you from feeling undefended. Another reason silence feels unsafe is because the mind mistakes it for emptiness. It assumes that if thoughts stop, meaning stops. But silence is not the absence of awareness. It is awareness without commentary. The Stoics experienced silence not as a void, but as clarity without distortion. Yet this clarity feels uncomfortable when you are used to constant interpretation. There is also a loss of identity in silence. When the mind is busy, it reinforces who you think you are. Your worries remind you of your responsibilities. Your plans remind you of your goals. Your self-criticism reminds you of your standards. Silence removes these reminders. For a moment, there is no role to perform. This can feel like disappearing, even though nothing essential is lost. The Stoics trained themselves to sit with this feeling without reacting. They did not rush to fill silence. They allowed the discomfort to rise and fall. Over time, the mind learned that silence does not lead to danger. Nothing bad happens when thoughts pause. The body remains intact. Awareness continues. This experience rewires trust at a deep level. Silence also removes distraction from bodily signals. In quiet, you feel tension more clearly. You notice the breath. You notice the heartbeat. For some, this awareness triggers anxiety because it highlights vulnerability. The Stoics addressed this by grounding attention gently, not forcefully. They treated the body as an ally, not a threat. Feeling was not something to escape, but something to allow. Another factor is that silence leaves no escape from the present moment. Many people use thought to avoid what is happening now. Regret pulls them into the past. Anticipation pulls them into the future. Silence anchors attention in now. If now contains discomfort, the mind protests. It would rather be anywhere else. The Stoics believed this resistance created more suffering than the discomfort itself. Silence also challenges the belief that productivity equals worth. In silence, nothing is being produced. No insight, no solution, no progress. For a mind trained to measure value through output, this feels wrong. The Stoics rejected this equation. They believed rest and stillness were forms of maintenance, not idleness. A mind that never rests becomes distorted. Learning to feel safe in silence was a skill they practiced gradually. They did not force long periods of quiet. They allowed brief moments, a pause between thoughts, a breath without commentary. These small exposures taught the nervous system that silence is not abandonment. It is space. Over time, silence began to feel different. What once felt empty started to feel wide. What once felt threatening started to feel steady. The mind learned that it does not need to fill every gap. That awareness can exist without narration. That peace does not require explanation. This training changed sleep completely. When silence no longer felt unsafe, the mind stopped fighting the moment before sleep. The transition into rest became smoother because the mind was no longer trying to protect itself from quiet. It recognized silence as familiar, not dangerous. An untrained mind fears silence because it has never learned that nothing bad happens there. The Stoics learned this through experience, not belief. By staying with silence instead of escaping it, they removed its power. And once silence was no longer a threat, sleep stopped being a struggle. Silence is not the absence of you, it is you without resistance. And when the mind finally understands that, it no longer needs to stay awake to guard against stillness. And once silence no longer feels like an enemy, another instinct begins to weaken. The urge to wrestle with thoughts, to argue them down, to push them away. Many people believe peace comes from defeating the mind. The Stoics knew better. They saw that fighting thoughts only feeds them, the same way struggle feeds a fire with oxygen. There is a sharp tension that comes from trying to stop thinking. The moment you tell the mind, "Don't think," it reacts. It tightens. It produces more content, not less. This is because attention is nourishment. Whatever you engage with grows stronger. The Stoics observed that thoughts do not survive on truth or importance alone. They survive on energy. Give them energy and they stay alive. Remove it and they fade. Letting thoughts starve is very different from suppressing them. Suppression is force. Starvation is indifference. When you fight a thought, you treat it as powerful. When you starve it, you treat it as temporary. The Stoics trained themselves to notice thoughts without following them, without judging them, and without trying to correct them. This deprived thoughts of the attention they needed to continue. At night, this skill becomes essential. Thoughts appear automatically as the mind transitions out of activity. Some are random, some are emotional, some feel urgent. The untrained response is engagement. Why am I thinking this? What does this mean? How do I make it stop? Each question feeds the thought. The Stoic response was quieter. This is a thought, and nothing more. This approach works because thoughts are not commands, they are events. The Stoics did not believe every thought deserved a response. They believed wisdom included selectivity. Just as you would not answer every knock on your door at midnight, you do not need to answer every thought that appears as you drift towards sleep. Another reason fighting thoughts fails is because it keeps the nervous system active. Conflict signals danger. When you struggle internally, the body interprets it as a threat. Muscles tighten. Breathing becomes shallow. The system stays alert. Starving thoughts does the opposite. It signals safety. No reaction means no emergency. The Stoics also understood that many thoughts are fueled by emotion, not logic. Trying to reason them away often makes them stronger. Emotion does not respond to argument, it responds to space. When you stop engaging, the emotional charge has nowhere to go. It dissipates naturally. This is why letting thoughts pass feels passive at first. It can feel like giving up control. But control was never gained through force. The Stoics believed real control came from choosing where attention rests. Attention is the currency of the mind. Spend it wisely, and the mind follows. A helpful way to practice this is to notice the life cycle of a thought. When you do not engage, thoughts rise, peak, and fall on their own. This teaches the mind an important lesson. Nothing needs to be done. Over time, the mind stops escalating thoughts because it learns escalation does not work. Another important aspect of starvation is consistency. You do not starve a thought once. You starve it repeatedly. Each time it appears and receives no reaction, it weakens. The Stoics were patient with this process. They did not expect instant silence. They expected gradual quiet. Letting thoughts starve also requires dropping the belief that thoughts define you. If you believe a thought reveals something essential about who you are, you will feel compelled to engage. The Stoics separated identity from mental content. A thought was just a thought, not a verdict, not a prophecy, not a truth about the self. At night, this separation becomes freeing. Strange thoughts appear. Old memories, unlikely fears, random images. When you stop interpreting them, they lose weight. You no longer need to explain why they appeared. You do not need to fix them. You let them exist without meaning. The Stoics also noticed that when thoughts are starved, the gaps between them widen. Silence appears naturally, without effort. This silence feels different from forced quiet. It is softer, more stable. The mind rests because it is no longer being stimulated from within. There is also a humility in this skill. It accepts that not everything can be managed, that the mind has its own weather. You do not control the sky. You learn when to take shelter and when to let clouds pass. Starving thoughts is an act of trust in natural processes. This skill does not make you passive in life. It makes you precise. You stop wasting energy on mental noise and reserve it for action when action matters. The Stoics believed that a calm mind at night creates a capable mind during the day. When you stop fighting thoughts, nights change. The bed stops being a battleground. The mind stops bracing itself. Thoughts still come, but they come and go like distant sounds instead of alarms. Sleep arrives not because you forced it, but because nothing is standing in its way. Letting thoughts starve is not resignation. It is mastery without struggle. And once the mind learns that it does not need to react to everything it produces, it finally understands how to rest. And once thoughts are no longer fought or fed, a deeper realization comes into focus. The mind was never trying to torture you at night. It was trying to protect you. The problem is not that the mind thinks too much after dark. The problem is that it is using the wrong tool at the wrong time. There is a quiet urgency in nighttime thinking that feels ancient. A sense that if you let your guard down, something bad might happen. This is not random. It is inherited. Long before beds and bedrooms existed, night meant danger. Darkness meant vulnerability. The mind learned to stay alert when visibility dropped. Thinking became a form of watchfulness, a way to survive until morning. That survival mechanism never left. It just lost its original context. Today, night no longer holds predators or immediate threats, but the nervous system has not updated the memo. When the lights go out, the mind slips into an old role. Stay awake, scan for risk, prepare, anticipate. It feels instinctive because it is. The Stoics understood that many mental habits are outdated strategies. They are not flaws. They are responses that once made sense. Nighttime thinking is one of them. The mind assumes that stillness equals vulnerability. so it stays active to prevent harm. The tragedy is that this activity now creates harm instead of preventing it. At night, the mind tries to keep you safe by rehearsing scenarios. It runs through conversations, imagines worst cases, reviews mistakes, plans defenses. All of this is meant to reduce future pain, but the body pays the price immediately. Sleep is delayed, recovery is interrupted, energy is drained. The very system meant to protect survival ends up weakening it. This is why nighttime thoughts often feel urgent but unproductive. Survival thinking is not designed for insight, it is designed for readiness. It does not care if the scenario is realistic, it only cares that you are alert. The Stoics recognize that alertness without action becomes agitation, and agitation at night serves no purpose. Another clue that this is a survival mechanism is repetition. The mind revisits the same themes over and over. If nighttime thinking were about problem solving, progress would be made. Instead, the same worries return night after night. This is because survival systems do not seek resolution, they seek vigilance. The Stoics believed wisdom meant updating your inner responses to match reality. Night no longer requires watchfulness, it requires surrender. But surrender feels dangerous to a mind trained for survival, so the mind resists. It stays busy to justify staying awake. There is also a biological mismatch. The body's repair systems activate during sleep. Hormones balance, memory consolidates, muscles heal. But when the mind stays in survival mode, it sends signals that block these processes. Cortisol stays elevated, heart rate stays slightly high. The body remains half prepared for danger that is not coming. This creates a cruel loop. The more tired you are, the more the survival mind activates. Fatigue feels like vulnerability, so the mind compensates by thinking harder. But thinking harder prevents rest, which increases fatigue. The Stoics saw this loop and refused to obey it. They understood that the mind's warning system was misfiring. They also noticed that nighttime thinking often exaggerates personal responsibility. Survival thinking assumes you must personally prevent every possible negative outcome. This creates a heavy sense of burden. At night, this burden feels unbearable because there is no outlet. During the day, action diffuses it. At night, it crushes inward. The Stoics responded by reminding themselves of limits. What is mine to handle now? Very little. What can wait? Almost everything. This distinction calmed the survival system. It taught the mind that vigilance was not required. Nothing needed to be defended in the dark. Another important shift was recognizing that survival does not depend on constant thought. In fact, survival improves with rest. A rested mind reacts faster, thinks clearer, and adapts better. By sleeping, you are not abandoning survival, you are supporting it. The Stoics trusted this deeply. They also practiced reframing night itself. Instead of seeing it as a time of risk, they saw it as a time of repair. This changed the meaning the mind attached to darkness. When night became associated with restoration instead of threat, the survival mechanism slowly relaxed. A simple way to work with this is to speak to the survival mind without hostility. When nighttime thinking appears, you can acknowledge its intent. You're trying to protect me. This removes inner conflict. Then gently correct it. There is nothing to protect against right now. This signals safety without force. The Stoics did not shame the mind for being protective. They trained it. They showed it, night after night, that rest did not lead to harm. Over time, the survival response updated itself. It learned that sleep was not exposure, it was strength. When nighttime thinking is seen for what it truly is, it loses its authority. You stop treating every thought as a warning. You stop assuming that alertness equals safety. You begin to trust the body's natural rhythms again. Nighttime thinking is not proof that something is wrong with you. It is proof that something very old is still trying to do its job. The Stoics honored that instinct by guiding it, not obeying it. And when the mind finally learns that survival no longer depends on staying awake, it allows the body to do what it has always known how to do: rest. And in that rest, the mind discovers that safety does not come from watching the dark, but from letting it pass. And once nighttime thinking is seen as a misplaced attempt to survive, another layer becomes clear. Beneath the fear, beneath the vigilance, there is a craving that rarely gets named: the need to control. Not in an obvious way, but in a quiet, constant way. The need to manage outcomes, emotions, impressions, and possibilities. When this need follows you into bed, sleep becomes difficult, not because you are alert, but because you refuse to let go. Control addiction does not feel like addiction. It feels like responsibility. It feels like being careful. It feels like being prepared. The Stoics understood how dangerous this confusion can be. They saw that the mind often mistakes control for safety and effort for virtue. At night, when control over the world disappears, the mind turns inward and tries to control itself instead. This is where insomnia often begins. Sleep requires surrender. Control demands grip. You cannot hold on and let go at the same time. The mind that insists on monitoring everything cannot cross into rest, because rest feels like losing command. Even when nothing is wrong, the mind keeps checking. Are you relaxed enough? Are you falling asleep yet? Why are you still awake? This self-monitoring keeps the system active. The Stoics believed that control addiction grows strongest where trust is weakest. Trust in life, trust in timing, trust in your ability to respond later instead of now. When trust is missing, the mind fills the gap with effort. It tries to predict, manage, and optimize everything. At night, this effort has nowhere to go, so it turns into tension. There is a particular anxiety that comes from not being in charge. When you lie down, the body takes over. Breathing happens on its own. Muscles release on their own. Consciousness fades without permission. For a control-driven mind, this feels unsettling. It wants to supervise the process. It wants to make sure sleep is done correctly. But the more it watches, the less sleep comes. The Stoics noticed that control addiction often hides behind perfectionism, the desire to do things right, to avoid mistakes, to be prepared for every outcome. At night, perfectionism turns inward. You start managing your thoughts, correcting emotions, judging whether you are resting properly. This creates pressure in the very moment that requires softness. Another cost of control addiction is that it keeps the nervous system alert. Control is a form of vigilance. Vigilance tells the body that something needs attention. Sleep only arrives when the body believes attention is no longer required. When the mind keeps scanning for problems to fix, the body stays on standby. The Stoics addressed this by redefining control. They taught that control belongs only to a small domain: your choices, your actions, your values. Everything else is influence at best. At night, even choice narrows. You cannot choose sleep. You can only remove what blocks it. Trying to control sleep directly is like trying to force hunger or command digestion. The effort backfires. They also saw that control addiction often comes from fear of consequences, the belief that if you let go, things will fall apart, that tomorrow will punish you for resting tonight. This belief keeps people awake. The Stoics countered it with experience. They noticed that rest improves judgment, patience, and resilience. Letting go at night did not create chaos. It reduced it. Control addiction also creates an inner conflict. One part of you wants to rest, another part refuses. This conflict is exhausting. The Stoics believed peace comes not from winning this fight, but from ending it. By choosing not to control what cannot be controlled, the conflict dissolves. A key Stoic practice was voluntary release, consciously setting down control instead of waiting for exhaustion to force it. This might sound abstract, but it is simple. It means recognizing when effort no longer serves you and choosing to stop. Not because everything is solved, but because rest is now the wiser action. They also practiced trusting natural processes. The body knows how to sleep. The mind knows how to reset. You do not need to supervise these functions. When you stop interfering, they resume their rhythm. Control addiction interrupts this rhythm by inserting doubt where none is needed. Another hidden effect of control addiction is identity. Many people see themselves as the one who handles things, the one who stays on top of everything. Letting go at night can feel like betraying that identity. The Stoics gently questioned this. They asked whether worth truly depended on constant management, or whether strength could include knowing when to stop. Breaking control addiction at night does not mean becoming careless during the day. It means recognizing that different moments require different responses. Day asks for action. Night asks for surrender. Mixing the two creates imbalance. The Stoics believed wisdom was knowing the difference. A practical shift is to notice control language in your thoughts. Words like must, should, need to, can't afford to relax. These signal that control is driving the mind. When they appear at night, treat them as outdated instructions. Thank them and decline. Over time, as control is released night after night, the mind learns something important. Letting go does not lead to collapse. Sleep does not create failure. Rest does not weaken responsibility. It strengthens it. Insomnia is often not the absence of tiredness, but the presence of control. When control addiction loosens, the body no longer needs to stay alert. The mind stops supervising the dark, and sleep returns, not as something you forced, but as something you finally allowed. Control feels powerful, but rest is wiser. And when the Stoics learned to put control down at night, they discovered a deeper kind of strength, one that does not require effort to exist. And when control finally loosens, something curious still remains. Even on nights when nothing is wrong, the mind can suddenly feel louder, heavier, more emotional than it did all day. Small problems feel enormous. Old memories feel sharper. Thoughts speak with urgency, as if something is at stake. This shift is not accidental. The Stoics noticed it long ago and refused to take it at face value. After sunset, the mind loses its external anchors. During the day, reality keeps interrupting inner drama. Tasks demand attention. Conversations redirect focus. Movement discharges emotion. When night arrives, those interruptions disappear. The mind is left alone with itself, and without correction, it fills the space by exaggerating meaning. What felt manageable at noon can feel overwhelming at midnight, not because it changed, but because perspective narrowed. The Stoics understood that fatigue distorts perception. When the body is tired, the mind becomes less precise. Emotional reactions grow stronger, while rational distance shrinks. This is why nighttime thoughts often feel absolute. Everything sounds final. This will never change. I always mess this up. Something bad is coming. These thoughts feel convincing because the mind lacks the energy to challenge them. There is also a biological shift. As light fades, the body prepares for rest. Hormones change, alertness drops. For a mind that equates alertness with safety, this drop feels like vulnerability. To compensate, the mind increases intensity. Drama becomes a way to stay awake. Emotional charge becomes fuel. The Stoics saw this not as insight, but as resistance to rest. Another reason the mind becomes dramatic at night is memory selection. Tired minds do not recall information evenly. They gravitate toward emotionally charged memories, regrets, embarrassments, losses. These memories surface not because they are most relevant, but because they are most stimulating. The mind reaches for intensity to maintain engagement. Drama keeps consciousness from fading. The absence of future action also plays a role. During the day, problems feel solvable because action is possible. At night, action is suspended. Problems lose their outlet. When the mind cannot act, it emotes. This turns practical concerns into emotional narratives. The Stoics warned against trusting nighttime conclusions for this reason. They believed insight requires proportion, and proportion disappears when energy is low. There is also the illusion of depth. Nighttime thinking often feels profound. Thoughts seem more meaningful. Emotions feel truer. The Stoics challenged this illusion. They believed depth comes from clarity, not intensity. A thought that feels powerful at night often feels exaggerated by morning. This does not mean emotions are fake. It means the lens is warped. Another subtle factor is identity reinforcement. At night, the mind retells stories about who you are. The dramatic version, the flawed version, the burdened version. These stories feel louder because there is no counterbalance. The Stoics trained themselves to notice when the mind slipped into storytelling instead of observation. Drama thrives on narrative. Calm thrives on facts. The mind also becomes dramatic because it seeks meaning when stimulation drops. Silence can feel empty to an untrained mind, so it fills that emptiness with emotion. The Stoics understood that the mind prefers intensity over stillness when it fears quiet. Drama is movement. Silence is surrender. For many, surrender feels more dangerous than distress. They also noticed that nighttime drama often focuses on permanence. Words like always, never, forever appear. This is a sign of cognitive narrowing. The Stoics treated these signals as warnings, not truths. When thinking becomes absolute, wisdom pauses. They knew that reality is rarely absolute, especially when judged by a tired mind. The Stoic response was not to suppress emotion, but to downgrade its authority at night. They did not argue with dramatic thoughts. They delayed them. This can be examined tomorrow. This simple delay prevented the mind from escalating. It taught the nervous system that nighttime intensity did not require action. They also practiced remembering that night exaggerates everything. This awareness alone softened the impact. When you know the mind is prone to drama after sunset, you stop taking every thought personally. You stop assuming every feeling carries a message. Sometimes It is just the mind losing daylight. Over time, this understanding changes the relationship with nighttime thoughts. You stop chasing them. You stop fearing them. You stop believing they define reality. Drama loses its grip when it is seen as a phase, not a verdict. The mind becomes dramatic after sunset, not because it is revealing hidden truths, but because it is tired, understimulated, and preparing to let go. When you stop demanding wisdom from a fatigued system, peace becomes easier to access. The Stoics trusted the morning mind more than the midnight one, not because morning was happier, but because it was balanced. They allowed night to be what it is, a time of exaggeration, softness, and vulnerability. Not a courtroom, not a prophecy, just a transition. And when night is no longer asked to explain life, it stops shouting for attention. The drama fades, the mind quiets, and sleep finds its way in, not because everything feels resolved, but because nothing needs to be taken so seriously anymore. And once the mind's nighttime drama is no longer mistaken for truth, a broader pattern becomes visible. What many people today call overthinking is not a mysterious flaw or a modern curse. To the Stoics, it would have looked like a misdiagnosis of effort, a mind working too hard in the wrong direction at the wrong time for the wrong reasons. The Stoics would not ask, "Why do you think so much?" They would ask, "What are you trying to control?" Overthinking, in their view, was not excess intelligence or depth. It was misdirected concern. The mind looping because it believed something essential depended on constant analysis. This belief is rarely conscious, but it drives the entire pattern. Modern overthinking often feels productive. It wears the costume of responsibility. People say they are processing, preparing, or being careful. The Stoics would look past the label and examine the effect. Is the thinking producing clarity or agitation? Is it leading to better action or paralysis? If the mind keeps returning to the same point without movement, they would not call that thoughtfulness. They would call it attachment. Attachment, for the Stoics, meant clinging mentally to things outside one's control. Outcomes, other people's opinions, future events, past mistakes. Overthinking was simply the mind refusing to accept the limits of its reach. Instead of acting where action was possible, it stayed trapped where action was impossible. Thought replaced agency. They would also notice timing. The Stoics paid close attention to when thinking happened. Thinking that occurs during moments of rest, fatigue, or vulnerability was treated with suspicion. A tired mind, they believed, was not suited for complex judgment. Modern overthinking often peaks at night, when clarity is lowest and emotion is highest. To the Stoics, this was a clear sign of imbalance, not insight. Another diagnosis they would make is confusion between thought and virtue. Many people believe that caring means thinking constantly. That responsibility means never letting the mind rest. The Stoics rejected this. They believed virtue was expressed through action and character, not mental noise. Excessive thinking was not moral strength, it was inner friction. They would also identify fear at the core of overthinking. Fear of making the wrong choice, fear of being judged, fear of loss, fear of regret. Overthinking, to them, was the mind trying to avoid pain by predicting and preventing every possible negative outcome. But this strategy failed because life does not respond to prediction. It responds to presence. The Stoics would likely say that modern overthinking confuses preparation with obsession. Preparation has an endpoint. Obsession does not. When thinking has no natural conclusion, it becomes self-consuming. The mind turns on itself, analyzing its own analysis, searching for certainty where none exists. They would also diagnose a lack of trust. Not blind trust in outcomes, but trust in one's ability to respond. Overthinking grows when people doubt their resilience, when they believe that if something goes wrong, they will not be able to handle it. The Stoics trained themselves to trust their character. This trust reduced the need for endless rehearsal. Another aspect they would point out is misplaced identity. Modern culture often praises mental busyness. Being in your head is seen as depth. Overthinking becomes part of how people define themselves. The Stoics warned against this. They believed identity should be grounded in values, not mental activity. A busy mind was not a badge of honor, it was a signal. They would also challenge the belief that every thought deserves attention. Modern overthinkers often feel obligated to engage with every mental event. The Stoics believed this was a misunderstanding of freedom. Freedom was not the ability to think endlessly. It was the ability to choose which thoughts to entertain and which to release. The Stoics would likely be puzzled by how harsh modern overthinking can be. The inner dialogue often becomes critical, judgmental, and unforgiving. They believed self-attack weakened the mind. Reflection was meant to guide, not punish. Overthinking often becomes a courtroom where the self is always on trial and never acquitted. They would also note how overthinking ignores the body. The Stoics saw mind and body as deeply connected. When the body is tired, hungry, or overstimulated, thinking becomes distorted. Modern overthinking often tries to solve psychological discomfort with more cognition instead of rest. The Stoics would prescribe sleep before analysis. Most importantly, they would diagnose overthinking as a refusal to accept uncertainty. The Stoics accepted uncertainty as a permanent condition of life. Overthinking was the mind's protest against this fact. The belief that if you just think enough, uncertainty will disappear. It never does. Their solution was not to stop thinking altogether, but to restore proportion. To think when thought is useful, to act when action is possible, and to rest when neither is needed. Overthinking was a sign that these boundaries had collapsed. From a Stoic perspective, modern overthinking is not a personal failure. It is a cultural habit reinforced by fear and misunderstanding. It is the mind doing too much of what it was never meant to do continuously. When you see overthinking through this lens, shame fades. You stop seeing yourself as broken. You see a system out of balance, and balance can be restored. The Stoics believed that a calm mind is not one that never thinks, but one that knows when to stop. When thinking returns to its proper place, the noise softens, decisions become clearer, rest becomes possible, and in that quiet, the mind rediscovers something it forgot. It does not need to solve everything to live well. It only needs to know when to act and when to let go. And once overthinking is seen not as intelligence, but as imbalance, another belief quietly steps forward. A belief so common it often goes unnoticed. The idea that if you are not prepared for everything, something terrible will happen. This belief feels responsible, mature, even wise. But at night, it becomes one of the most reliable destroyers of sleep. There is a heavy pressure in the idea of total preparedness. It tells you that rest is conditional, that you are only allowed to relax once every risk has been anticipated, every outcome considered, every weakness covered. The Stoics would immediately recognize this as an illusion, not because preparation is useless, but because everything is an impossible standard. The mind that tries to be prepared for everything is never finished. There is always another scenario, another variable, another unknown. At night, when the world quiets, these possibilities rush in. The mind scans the future like a guard on endless patrol, believing that vigilance equals safety. But safety never arrives, because the condition for rest is unreachable. The Stoics believed this illusion was rooted in a misunderstanding of control. Preparation gives the feeling of mastery, but life does not reward mastery over uncertainty. It rewards adaptability. Being prepared for everything is not only impossible, it is unnecessary. Most of life's challenges are met in real time, not in rehearsal. At night, this illusion becomes especially damaging because the mind treats sleep as a risk. What if something happens? What if I forget something important? What if tomorrow goes badly? These questions are not requests for answers. They are expressions of fear. The mind assumes that staying mentally active reduces vulnerability. In reality, it increases it by stealing rest. The Stoics noticed that the desire to be prepared for everything often comes from past pain. A mistake, a surprise, a moment of being caught off guard. The mind remembers that discomfort and decides never to let it happen again, so it stays alert, scanning for danger. This strategy feels protective, but it traps you in a state of permanent readiness. Preparedness also becomes tied to self-worth. Many people believe that being responsible means being constantly ready, that letting go is careless, that rest is earned only after everything is handled. The Stoics challenged this deeply. They believed wisdom included knowing when preparation stops being useful and starts becoming harmful. At night, preparation loses its effectiveness. You cannot act, you cannot verify, you cannot resolve. All you can do is think, and thinking without action creates tension. The body stays in standby mode, waiting for a signal that never comes. Sleep requires the opposite signal. Nothing needs to be done. Another hidden cost of this illusion is how it shapes expectations. When you prepare for everything, you expect yourself to handle everything perfectly. This creates fear of failure, fear of being unready, fear of not living up to your own standards. At night, this fear grows louder because fatigue strips away confidence. The mind doubts its own preparedness and responds by trying harder. The Stoics would call this a trap of false responsibility. They believed responsibility had limits. You are responsible for your choices, not for every possible outcome. Preparing for everything assumes responsibility for forces beyond your reach. This creates guilt when none is deserved and anxiety when none is needed. They also understood that preparation without rest is ineffective. A mind that never powers down becomes rigid. It loses creativity. It loses perspective. The Stoics valued flexibility over prediction. They believed a rested mind could handle surprises better than an exhausted one armed with endless plans. Another important insight is that the future does not reward preparation equally. Some challenges require preparation, many do not. Over-preparing for imagined futures drains energy from real life. The Stoics taught that energy is a finite resource. Spending it all at night leaves nothing for the morning. There is also the illusion that preparation prevents regret. The mind says, if I think through everything now, I won't blame myself later. But this is not how regret works. Regret comes from values, not preparedness. You can prepare endlessly and still face outcomes you don't like. The Stoics accepted this. They focused on acting with integrity, not guaranteeing results. At night, letting go of this illusion feels risky. The mind protests. It warns. It insists. But the Stoics practiced trusting their capacity to respond when needed, not their ability to foresee everything. This trust allowed them to rest even when life was uncertain. A powerful shift is recognizing that sleep itself is a form of preparation, not mental preparation, but biological preparation. While you sleep, the brain organizes memory, regulates emotion, and restores balance. By staying awake to prepare, you sabotage the most effective preparation available. The Stoics would say that if you truly want to be ready for tomorrow, the wisest thing you can do tonight is rest. Preparation belongs to daylight. Night belongs to repair. Mixing the two creates exhaustion, not readiness. When you stop believing you must be prepared for everything, sleep becomes less conditional. You no longer need to earn it by thinking. You allow it because you understand that some things cannot be managed in advance. This does not make you careless. It makes you realistic. It acknowledges the limits of foresight and respects the power of presence. The Stoics lived in uncertain times, yet they slept because they trusted their ability to meet life as it came. The illusion that you must be prepared for everything keeps the mind standing guard long after danger has passed. When that illusion fades, the body finally receives permission to rest. And in that rest, something important becomes clear. You do not survive by being ready for everything. You survive by being ready enough and rested enough to respond when it matters. And when the belief that you must be prepared for everything finally loosens, another habit quietly loses its authority. The habit of rehearsing life in the dark. Running conversations before they happen. Playing out mistakes before they exist. Practicing responses to moments that are still only shadows. This habit feels useful, strategic, safe. But the Stoics would have seen it as one of the most misunderstood drains on human strength. Mental rehearsal at night is rarely calm. It is charged, urgent, repetitive. The mind tells itself it is training for tomorrow, but what it is really doing is exhausting itself today. The Stoics understood that rehearsal without action does not sharpen performance. It dulls it, especially when the rehearsal happens in a tired, emotionally loaded state. The mind believes that if it runs a scenario enough times, it will be ready. But readiness does not come from repetition alone. It comes from clarity, flexibility, and presence. Nighttime rehearsal lacks all three. Clarity is reduced by fatigue. Flexibility is lost because imagined scenarios become rigid scripts. Presence is impossible because the moment has not arrived. What remains is tension. The Stoics knew that the mind behaves differently when imagining than when acting. In imagination, the mind fills gaps with fear. It exaggerates reactions. It assumes the worst. This trains the nervous system to associate future events with threat instead of challenge. When the real moment arrives, the body reacts not to the situation, but to the emotional memory of the rehearsal. This is one reason why people often perform worse after intense nighttime rehearsal. They arrive already tense, already braced, already halfway into a fight that hasn't started. Their responses become stiff. Their attention narrows. They listen less. They adapt poorly. The Stoics valued adaptability above preparation because life rarely follows scripts. Another hidden cost of mental rehearsal is that it creates false familiarity. The mind starts to believe it has already lived the event. This dulls curiosity. Instead of meeting the moment openly, you compare it to your imagined version. When reality differs, which it almost always does, frustration appears. Performance suffers because attention is split between what is happening and what you expected. The Stoics also understood that rehearsal steals trust from the present self. When you rehearse endlessly at night, you are sending yourself a message. I won't be able to handle this unless I prepare perfectly. This weakens confidence. Instead of trusting your ability to respond in real time, you depend on scripts written in exhaustion. Nighttime rehearsal also keeps the body in a state of readiness without release. Muscles subtly tighten. Breathing becomes shallow. The nervous system stays alert. This state carries into sleep or replaces it entirely. When you wake up, the body is already taxed. Reaction time slows. Emotional regulation weakens. Ironically, the effort to prepare makes you less capable. The Stoics believed that effective preparation has boundaries. It is done deliberately, then ended. They prepared during the day, when the mind was fresh and grounded in reality. At night, they rested. They understood that the quality of preparation matters more than quantity. 10 calm minutes of focused planning beats hours of anxious rehearsal. They also recognized that real-world performance depends on presence. You cannot be present if you are exhausted. You cannot read subtle cues, adjust tone, or sense timing if your nervous system is depleted. Nighttime rehearsal drains the very resources that allow you to perform well. Another important insight is that rehearsal often reinforces fear instead of skill. The mind focuses on what could go wrong. Mistakes are replayed. Embarrassment is anticipated. This trains avoidance, not competence. The Stoics believed courage came from accepting uncertainty, not from eliminating it mentally. They practiced something different. They prepared their character, not their scripts. They focused on how they would show up, not on exactly what would happen. This kind of preparation does not require nighttime rehearsal. It requires clarity of values. When you know how you want to act, you do not need to predict every scenario. The Stoics also trusted improvisation. They understood that humans are remarkably good at responding when rested and attentive. Over-rehearsal removes this natural intelligence. It replaces it with rigidity, and rigidity breaks under pressure. A practical shift is to notice when rehearsal turns repetitive. If you are replaying the same future moment without gaining new insight, preparation has ended. What remains is anxiety. At that point, the Stoics would stop, not because the situation was unimportant, but because further thinking would reduce effectiveness. They also separated night from performance. Night was for recovery. Day was for engagement. This separation preserved energy. It allowed them to meet challenges with freshness instead of fatigue. When mental rehearsal is reduced, something surprising happens. You feel less ready in your head, but more capable in your body. Responses feel more natural. Attention sharpens. Confidence increases because it is grounded in presence, not prediction. The Stoics believed that life is not a performance you perfect in private. It is a series of moments you meet as they come. Training happens through action and reflection, not through endless rehearsal in the dark. When you stop rehearsing at night, sleep deepens. When sleep deepens, performance improves. Not because you thought more, but because you finally stopped thinking when thinking no longer helped. Real strength is not built by running tomorrow's battles at midnight. It is built by arriving rested, open, and ready to respond. And that readiness cannot be rehearsed into existence. It must be allowed to grow through rest. And when nighttime rehearsal finally loosens its grip, a strange feeling often appears in its place. Not relief, not joy, but guilt. A quiet sense that something is wrong, that if you are calm, you must be missing something. This is where many people pull themselves back into thinking, not because they need to, but because peace itself feels irresponsible. To an anxious mind, peace can feel like negligence, like letting your guard down too soon, like abandoning a duty you don't fully understand. The Stoics noticed this long ago. They saw that anxiety trains the mind to believe that effort equals care, and that calm equals danger. When this belief takes hold, rest feels suspicious. The anxious mind learns through repetition. If you have spent years solving problems by thinking harder, peace feels unfamiliar. Silence feels like absence. Calm feels like forgetting something important. The mind whispers, if you stop worrying, you'll miss a threat. So when peace appears, instead of welcoming it, the mind interrogates it. This is why people often sabotage their own calm. They reach for a worry. They replay a concern. They ask themselves if they are being lazy or careless. Peace feels undeserved because anxiety has been mistaken for responsibility. The Stoics believed this confusion was one of the greatest causes of inner suffering. Anxiety often grows in people who care deeply, who try to do things right, who feel responsible for outcomes beyond their control. Over time, the mind associates tension with virtue. Being relaxed starts to feel morally wrong, as if something bad will happen because you are not vigilant enough. The Stoics challenged this belief gently. They believed that peace is not the absence of care, but the presence of trust. Trust in your values. Trust in your ability to respond. Trust that not everything requires constant supervision. Without this trust, the mind stays tense even when nothing demands it. At night, this tension becomes especially strong. The world goes quiet. There is no action to take, no problem to solve. Peace naturally tries to enter, but the anxious mind resists. It believes peace means dropping responsibility, so it creates thoughts to justify staying alert. Worries return not because they are urgent, but because calm feels unsafe. Another reason peace feels like negligence is because anxiety narrows identity. Many people define themselves as the one who worries, the one who stays ahead, the one who never relaxes. Peace threatens this identity. If you are calm, who are you then? What happens to the role you have played for so long? The Stoics understood that identity built on anxiety is fragile. It requires constant reinforcement. Peace removes that reinforcement. It exposes how much of the tension was habit, not necessity. This exposure can feel destabilizing at first. The mind reacts by pulling back into familiar discomfort. There is also a fear of consequences. The anxious mind believes that calm will lead to mistakes, that something will be forgotten, that letting go will invite chaos. The Stoics countered this belief with observation. They noticed that most mistakes happen when the mind is rushed, tense, or exhausted. Calm improves judgment. It does not weaken it. Another hidden factor is emotional backlog. When the mind slows down, feelings that were previously managed by activity can surface. Sadness, uncertainty, vulnerability. Peace makes space for these feelings, and that can feel overwhelming. Anxiety keeps them at bay by staying busy. The Stoics believed that allowing these feelings to exist without panic was part of emotional maturity. Peace also removes distraction. When the mind is quiet, you become more aware of your inner state. This can be uncomfortable if you are not used to meeting yourself without commentary. The anxious mind prefers noise because noise keeps attention away from raw experience. The Stoics trained themselves to sit with this discomfort without labeling it as danger. They did not rush to fill silence. They allowed peace to feel strange at first. They trusted that unfamiliar calm would eventually become stable. They also separated care from anxiety. Care is intentional. Anxiety is compulsive. Care knows when to act and when to rest. Anxiety never rests. By learning this distinction, the Stoics gave themselves permission to be calm without guilt. A useful shift is to notice what peace brings up. If calm triggers worry, ask what belief is being challenged. Often it is the belief that you must suffer to be responsible. The Stoics rejected this completely. They believed suffering was not proof of virtue. Wisdom was. Peace also requires patience. It does not arrive fully formed. It comes in brief moments, seconds of ease, a soft breath, a relaxed jaw. The anxious mind often interrupts these moments because they feel unfamiliar. The Stoics practiced staying with peace just a little longer each time. This trained the nervous system to tolerate calm. Over time, peace stopped feeling like negligence and started feeling like readiness. The mind learned that calm was not absence, but strength at rest. That vigilance could be released without disaster. That responsibility did not require constant tension. When peace is allowed, sleep follows more easily. The body recognizes safety. The mind stops scanning. The need to prove care through worry fades. The anxious mind fears peace because it was never taught what peace really is. The Stoics learned through experience that peace is not giving up. It is choosing not to suffer unnecessarily. And once the mind understands that calm does not betray responsibility, it stops pulling itself back into noise. It finally allows rest without apology. And when peace is finally allowed without guilt, another confusion begins to clear. The body feels heavy, yet the mind keeps moving. Or the body feels fine, yet the mind feels completely drained. Many people treat these states as the same thing, but the Stoics never did. They understood that mental exhaustion and physical tiredness are different conditions, and confusing them keeps people awake when rest is most needed. Physical tiredness has a natural direction. Muscles weaken, the body slows. There is a clear pull toward rest. When you honor it, recovery begins quickly. Mental exhaustion is different. It does not slow the mind, it scatters it. Thoughts lose structure. Focus breaks apart. Small decisions feel overwhelming, yet instead of shutting down, the mind keeps trying to push forward. The Stoics noticed that mental exhaustion often hides behind restlessness. The tired mind does not want to stop. It wants relief, but it searches in the wrong place. It looks for answers, stimulation, resolution. This is why people can feel mentally exhausted, yet unable to sleep. The mind is depleted, but still tense. One key difference the Stoics observed is that physical tiredness responds well to rest alone. Mental exhaustion does not. Lying down helps the body, but the mind requires release. If the mind is still clinging, still evaluating, still controlling, rest becomes shallow. Sleep becomes fragile. Mental exhaustion often comes from prolonged inner resistance. Holding emotions back, managing impressions, controlling reactions, maintaining composure. These efforts drain mental energy quietly throughout the day. By night, the mind is worn down, but the habits remain. It keeps working out of habit, not strength. The Stoics understood that the mind can be exhausted even when the body is not. This is why some people feel tired all day but restless at night. The body wants to sleep. The mind wants to finish something that cannot be finished. Another important distinction is how each state feels emotionally. Physical tiredness feels neutral. Mental exhaustion feels irritable, fragile, and sensitive. Sounds are sharper. Thoughts are heavier. Minor issues feel significant. The Stoics warned against trusting judgment in this state. A mentally exhausted mind is not seeing clearly. It is reacting. They also noticed that mental exhaustion often comes from too much inward focus, constant self-monitoring, constant evaluation, constant comparison. The mind turns on itself. This inward pressure consumes energy without producing clarity. By night, the mind is depleted but unwilling to disengage. Physical tiredness sends clear signals: yawning, heaviness, slower movement. Mental exhaustion sends confusing ones: racing thoughts, emotional swings, difficulty deciding. This confusion leads people to misdiagnose the problem. They think they need to think more when they actually need to stop thinking. The Stoics believed this misdiagnosis was one of the main causes of insomnia. People try to solve mental exhaustion with mental effort. This is like trying to cure muscle fatigue by lifting more weight. It deepens the strain. Another difference lies in recovery time. Physical tiredness recovers quickly with sleep. Mental exhaustion recovers through disengagement. The mind needs to stop being used, not redirected, not entertained, simply unused. Silence, simplicity, and non-engagement allow mental energy to rebuild. The Stoics practiced recognizing which kind of tiredness they were experiencing. If the body was tired, they rested physically. If the mind was exhausted, they withdrew attention. They stopped analyzing. They stopped rehearsing. They stopped demanding insight. This withdrawal was deliberate, not lazy. They also understood that mental exhaustion creates a false sense of urgency. The tired mind feels like everything is important because it cannot prioritize. This urgency keeps the system alert. The Stoics treated this urgency as a symptom, not a command. They did not obey it. At night, this distinction becomes critical. If you mistake mental exhaustion for unfinished business, you will stay awake trying to resolve it. If you recognize it as fatigue, you can stop. The Stoics trusted that clarity returns after rest. They did not panic when the mind felt dull or scattered. They let it shut down. Another insight they had was that mental exhaustion often follows long periods of self-control, being polite when frustrated, being strong when vulnerable, being composed under pressure. These efforts are invisible but costly. Night is when the bill comes due. The Stoics believed the mind deserves rest just as much as the body. But mental rest looks different. It is not sleep alone. It is freedom from demand, freedom from judgment, freedom from improvement. At night, the mind should not be asked to grow, fix, or understand. A practical shift is to ask a simple question before bed. Does this thought require action right now? If the answer is no, and the mind still insists, exhaustion is likely the cause. The appropriate response is not engagement, but permission to stop. Over time, learning this distinction changes the relationship with night. You stop blaming yourself for being tired but restless. You stop assuming something is wrong. You recognize a mind that has simply done enough for one day. The Stoics believed wisdom included respecting limits. Pushing past mental limits does not create strength. It creates distortion. Rest restores proportion. When mental exhaustion is treated correctly, the mind no longer fights sleep. It welcomes it. Thoughts slow not because they are controlled, but because the demand placed on them is removed. Physical tiredness pulls you toward rest. Mental exhaustion asks you to release. When you honor both in their proper way, sleep becomes natural again. And in that natural rest, the mind remembers something it forgot. It does not need to be used constantly to be valuable. Sometimes, the most intelligent act is to stop thinking altogether. And when mental exhaustion is finally recognized for what it is, another habit quietly steps into the light. The need to understand, not to be aware, but to fully explain, to make sense of every feeling, every reaction, every thought before rest feels allowed. This need sounds intelligent. It feels mature. But at night, it becomes one of the most effective barriers to sleep. There is a subtle pressure behind the urge to understand everything. It says, if I can just figure this out, I can relax. The mind treats understanding like a key that unlocks rest. But the Stoics knew something many people still miss. Understanding is not always calming. Sometimes it is stimulating, and stimulation is the enemy of sleep. The need to understand everything comes from a belief that confusion is dangerous, that not knowing means something is wrong. During the day, this belief is manageable because you can investigate, ask questions, test ideas. At night, investigation has no outlet. The mind keeps digging without tools. It searches for meaning in the dark, and the deeper it digs, the more alert it becomes. The Stoics believed that not everything is meant to be understood immediately. Some things are meant to be lived through first. When the mind insists on understanding too early, it interrupts natural emotional processing. Feelings need time and rest to settle. Demanding explanations from them at midnight only agitates them. Another reason this need blocks sleep is because understanding feels like control. When you explain something, you feel on top of it. You feel safer. But safety at night does not come from explanation. It comes from allowing uncertainty without panic. The Stoics practiced this deliberately. They accepted that many things would remain unclear overnight and trusted that clarity would return with rest. The mind that wants to understand everything also tends to overanalyze emotions. Instead of feeling sadness, it asks why. Instead of feeling tension, it asks what it means. This turns emotions into puzzles. At night, puzzles keep the mind awake. The Stoics understood that emotions are not problems to be solved. They are signals to be acknowledged and then allowed to pass. There is also a hidden fear beneath the need to understand. The fear of repeating pain. The mind believes that if it understands everything, it can prevent future mistakes. But this belief places an impossible burden on thought. Life does not offer guarantees through explanation. The Stoics believed resilience came from character, not comprehension. The need to understand everything also keeps the mind future-focused. You are not just trying to understand what happened, but what it means for what comes next. This pulls the mind away from the present moment, which is the only place sleep can occur. Sleep does not happen in explanation. It happens in presence. The Stoics noticed that the mind often confuses insight with exhaustion. When tired, thoughts feel deep and urgent. You feel like you are on the edge of a realization. But tired insight is often distorted. It feels important because the mind is strained, not because it is accurate. The Stoics refused to chase insight when the mind was fatigued. They waited. Another problem with needing to understand everything is that it has no natural stopping point. There is always another layer, another angle, another interpretation. The mind becomes trapped in endless analysis. At night, this endlessness feels heavy. The body wants to shut down, but the mind refuses to stop asking. The Stoics practiced something rare. They allowed partial understanding. They were comfortable with enough for now. This did not make them careless thinkers. It made them disciplined ones. They knew that wisdom includes knowing when to stop thinking. This practice also reduced self-judgment. When you believe you must understand everything, confusion feels like failure. You judge yourself for not being clear. This adds emotional weight to mental effort. The Stoics believed self-judgment was unnecessary friction. They treated confusion as information, not a verdict. At night, letting go of the need to understand everything can feel unsettling. The mind protests. It worries that something important will be missed. The Stoics answered this worry with trust. Trust that nothing essential would be lost by resting. Trust that the mind works better after sleep. A simple shift is to notice when understanding turns into pressure. When thoughts feel tight, repetitive, or urgent, understanding has crossed into compulsion. At that point, the Stoics would stop. Not because the question was unimportant, but because the timing was wrong. They also practiced separating awareness from explanation. You can notice a feeling without naming it. You can feel tension without explaining it. This reduces mental load. Awareness alone is calming. Explanation is activating. At night, choose awareness. The Stoics believed that some truths arrive quietly, without effort, often after rest. By forcing understanding before sleep, you block this process. You keep the mind busy when it needs to reorganize in the background. When the need to understand everything softens, nights change. Thoughts lose urgency. Emotions feel less demanding. The mind no longer treats sleep as conditional on insight. Understanding has its place. Growth has its place. But night is not the place for mastery. It is the place for release. The Stoics understood that a mind that rests deeply will understand more in the long run than a mind that never stops analyzing. When you stop demanding explanations from the dark stops demanding attention from you. The mind relaxes its grip. The body senses safety. And sleep arrives not because everything makes sense, but because nothing needs to. Rest does not require understanding. It requires permission. And once that permission is given, the mind finally learns that it does not have to solve life to be allowed to sleep. And when the need to understand everything finally loosens, a deeper resistance often takes its place. The moment you stop gripping, something inside reacts, not with relief, but with alarm. Letting go suddenly feels like giving up ground, like failing, like losing something important, even when your body is finally beginning to rest. This is one of the most confusing experiences of all. You do the very thing that should bring peace, and instead you feel uneasy, exposed, almost wrong. The Stoics understood this paradox well. They knew that healing often feels like loss before it feels like freedom. Letting go feels like losing because the mind equates effort with ownership. When you stop thinking about something, it feels as if you are abandoning it, a responsibility, a relationship, a part of yourself. The mind says, if I don't hold this, it will disappear or fall apart. This belief is powerful, especially at night, when there is no action to reassure you. Much of this comes from identity. You have carried certain thoughts for so long that they feel like possessions. Worries you've managed, problems you've held together, pain you've learned to survive by thinking through. When you let go, even briefly, it can feel like betraying your past effort, as if all that struggle meant nothing. The Stoics believed this reaction was natural but misleading. They saw that the mind mistakes tension for value. If something required effort, it must be important. If it was painful, it must be meaningful. Letting go threatens this equation. It suggests that not everything you carried needed to be carried at all. At night, this feeling intensifies because letting go has immediate consequences. The mind begins to soften, control fades, awareness narrows, sleep approaches. To a mind trained on vigilance, this feels like disappearance, like crossing a line you cannot return from. The Stoics understood that the fear was not of sleep itself, but of the loss of control that sleep represents. There is also grief hidden in letting go. When you release old worries, you may feel the absence of the person you were while carrying them, the one who stayed alert, the one who endured, the one who held things together. Letting go can feel like saying goodbye to that version of yourself. Even if that version was exhausted, it was familiar. The Stoics believed healing always involves some loss. You lose habits that once protected you. You lose identities that once helped you survive. This loss feels painful because it is real. But it is not a loss of what matters. It is a loss of what is no longer needed. Another reason letting go feels like losing is because the mind expects immediate reward. It believes peace should feel good right away. When it doesn't, the mind assumes something is wrong. The Stoics knew better. They understood that the nervous system needs time to adjust. When you stop gripping, the system may feel unsteady at first, like legs learning to walk without a crutch. Letting go also removes distraction. When you release mental effort, you may feel emotions that were previously held at bay. Sadness, fatigue, vulnerability. These feelings can rush in and make letting go feel dangerous. The Stoics did not rush to escape these sensations. They allowed them to exist without labeling them as threats. There is also a deep fear of consequences. The mind asks, if I stop thinking about this, what if something bad happens? This fear keeps people awake. The Stoics answered it with observation. They noticed that most negative outcomes were not prevented by nighttime effort, and many positive outcomes arrived despite letting go. They also understood that letting go is not permanent. It is not abandonment. It is a pause. You are not throwing anything away. You are setting it down. This distinction matters. Setting something down does not mean you cannot pick it up again when needed. It means you are no longer holding it when holding no longer helps. At night, letting go feels like losing because the mind believes it must stay engaged to remain responsible. The Stoics rejected this belief. They believed responsibility had seasons. Night was not the season for carrying burdens. It was the season for restoration. Another subtle factor is that letting go challenges the illusion of control. When you release effort, you face uncertainty directly. This can feel like stepping into open water. The Stoics trained themselves to tolerate this feeling. They trusted that floating required less effort than struggling. Over time, they noticed something important. Letting go did not lead to loss. It led to return. Energy returned. Clarity returned. Perspective returned. What felt like losing was actually releasing what was draining them. Healing often feels worse before it feels better because the nervous system is recalibrating. Old patterns protest, the mind warns, the body hesitates. The Stoics stayed with this discomfort long enough to see through it. They did not mistake unfamiliar calm for danger. A useful reminder is this: if letting go feels like losing, ask what you believe you are losing. Control, identity, safety. Then ask whether that thing was truly protecting you or simply exhausting you. The Stoics asked these questions not to judge themselves, but to free themselves. When letting go is practiced gently and repeatedly, the fear softens. The mind learns that nothing essential disappears. You are still here. You are still capable. You are still you, just lighter. Eventually, letting go stops feeling like loss and starts feeling like relief. But that shift only comes if you stay through the awkward middle. The place where healing feels unfamiliar, where rest feels undeserved, where peace feels suspicious. The Stoics believe that courage is not only facing pain, but also allowing ease. Letting go at night is an act of courage because it asks you to trust what you do not control. And when that trust finally settles, something quiet becomes clear. You did not lose anything by letting go. You only stopped carrying what was never meant to be held this long. And once letting go no longer feels like loss, a quieter insight begins to surface. If you can set thoughts down without disappearing, then maybe those thoughts were never truly yours to begin with. This is where the Stoics introduced one of their most subtle ideas, not about controlling the mind, but about owning it properly. Mental ownership, to the Stoics, did not mean claiming every thought as personal truth. It meant understanding what belongs to you and what merely passes through you. This distinction becomes especially important at night, when thoughts feel closer, louder, and more personal than they really are. Most people go to bed carrying thoughts as if they were responsibilities. A worry appears, and it is immediately treated as something you must handle. A memory surfaces, and it becomes something you must resolve. A fear arises, and it feels like a warning you must obey. The Stoics believed this habit was exhausting because it confused mental events with obligations. They taught that thoughts are impressions, not possessions. Just because something appears in your mind does not mean it belongs to you. Ownership, in their view, applied only to judgment and action. You own how you respond, not what arises. At night, forgetting this difference turns the mind into a crowded room where every voice demands attention. The problem is that nighttime thinking feels intimate. There are no distractions. The mind's voice sounds like you. This makes it easy to assume every thought reflects your values, your fears, your responsibilities. The Stoics trained themselves to step back and ask a quiet question. Is this mine to carry? Often, the answer was no. Mental ownership matters at night because sleep requires a narrowing of responsibility. The body prepares to shut down systems. Muscles relax, senses dim. But if the mind believes it owns every thought, it refuses to shut down. It stays open, alert, and burdened. The Stoics believed that peace begins when you stop taking responsibility for what is not yours. Many nighttime thoughts are echoes of conversations, of expectations, of fears learned long ago. They appear automatically. Treating them as personal duties is like answering mail that was never addressed to you. Another reason this matters is because ownership creates pressure. When you believe a thought is yours, you feel obligated to do something with it. Analyze it, fix it, act on it. At night, this obligation becomes unbearable because action is impossible. The mind stays tense, holding thoughts it cannot use. The Stoics practiced mental boundaries. They allowed thoughts to appear, but they did not adopt them. This is not detachment in a cold sense, it is clarity. Just as you do not grab every object that passes in front of you, you do not need to grab every thought that passes through your awareness. They also understood that many thoughts at night are not even about you. They are conditioned responses, habitual fears, old patterns triggered by fatigue. Claiming ownership of them gives them weight they do not deserve. Mental ownership also affects emotion. When you believe a thought belongs to you, the emotion attached to it feels justified. When you see it as an impression, the emotion loses intensity. The Stoics did not deny feelings, but they refused to let mistaken ownership inflate them. At night, this practice creates space. Thoughts still come, but they feel less demanding. They no longer knock on the door as owners. They pass as visitors. This shift alone can calm the nervous system. Another important aspect is self-blame. Many people judge themselves for their nighttime thoughts. Why am I thinking this? What does this say about me? The Stoics believed this judgment came from false ownership. A thought arising does not reflect character. Only how you respond does. This understanding removes shame from the mind. You stop seeing unwanted thoughts as failures. You see them as events. This makes it easier to let them pass without engagement. Mental ownership also clarifies responsibility. At night, there is very little that truly belongs to you. You are not required to decide, not required to plan, not required to resolve. Your responsibility narrows to one thing: allowing rest. Everything else can wait. The Stoics practiced reminding themselves of this before sleep, not through force, but through recognition. This thought exists, but it does not belong to me. This sentence alone can soften the grip of the mind. Over time, this changes how the mind behaves. When thoughts are no longer automatically claimed, fewer appear. The mind learns that producing noise does not guarantee attention. It becomes quieter, not because it is controlled, but because it is no longer rewarded. Mental ownership also protects sleep from identity confusion. You stop defining yourself by your thoughts. You remember that awareness exists beneath them. This awareness does not need to solve, judge, or manage. It only needs to be present. At night, this presence is enough. It allows the mind to release its load. It allows the body to follow its natural rhythm. Sleep becomes less about effort and more about permission. The Stoics believed that freedom of mind comes not from thinking less, but from owning less. When you stop claiming every mental event as yours, the mind lightens. It stops carrying what it never needed to hold. And in that lightness, the night changes. Thoughts pass. Silence feels safer. Rest no longer feels like abandonment. It feels like returning what does not belong to you. When mental ownership is understood correctly, sleep is no longer blocked by responsibility. The mind knows what is truly its job and what is not. And once that line is clear, the night finally becomes quiet enough for rest to arrive on its own. And once mental ownership is clarified, another truth quietly steps forward. Even when thoughts are no longer mistaken for duties, emotions still find a way in. Not loudly, not all at once. They arrive sideways, disguised as thoughts, slipping into the mind just as the lights go out. This is how unfinished emotional business sneaks into bedtime thoughts. Emotions do not follow schedules. During the day, they are often postponed, held back by responsibilities, distractions, and the need to function. You move forward because you have to. You stay composed because you must. But emotions remember. When activity stops and the mind slows, what was delayed begins to surface. At night, the mind becomes the meeting place for what never had room earlier. A comment that hurt but was ignored, a disappointment that was minimized, a conflict that never found words. These experiences do not show up as raw feelings at first. They arrive as thoughts, replays, questions, scenarios. The mind gives emotion a language because emotion was never given space. The Stoics understood this pattern well. They believed that emotions do not disappear when ignored. They wait, and night, with its stillness, becomes the first safe opening. The mind thinks it is overthinking, but often it is translating emotion into cognition because that is the only channel available. This is why bedtime thoughts often feel personal and emotional rather than practical. They circle around relationships, identity, regret, longing. These are not problems to be solved. They are experiences that want acknowledgement. The Stoics did not believe in suppressing emotion. They believed in meeting it with clarity instead of resistance. Unfinished emotional business sneaks in quietly because it was never given direct attention. During the day, the mind tells itself there is no time. At night, time appears, and with it, what was set aside. The mistake many people make is trying to resolve emotion intellectually. They analyze instead of allow. This turns feeling into rumination. The Stoics approached this differently. They believed emotions needed recognition, not explanation. When emotion is recognized, it softens. When it is interrogated, it hardens. At night, the mind often interrogates because it does not know how to simply witness. Another reason emotional business appears at night is because defenses drop. Fatigue lowers resistance. The roles you play during the day fade. You are no longer performing. The inner world becomes louder because there is no mask holding it back. This is not failure, it is honesty. The Stoics saw nighttime as a natural time for emotional processing, but only if handled gently. They warned against forcing closure or resolution. Emotional digestion takes time. Sleep itself is part of that process. When you stay awake trying to fix feelings, you interrupt the body's ability to process them naturally. Unfinished emotions also carry bodily memory, tightness in the chest, heaviness in the stomach, a restless energy. When the mind quiets, these sensations become noticeable. The mind reacts by explaining them. Why do I feel this way? This explanation often leads back into thought loops. The Stoics practiced staying with sensation without story. This allowed emotion to move without becoming narrative. There is also a fear of feeling too much. Some people worry that if they allow emotion at night, it will overwhelm them. So they keep thinking to stay above it. The Stoics believed this fear was misplaced. Emotion grows stronger when avoided. When allowed, it passes through. Another factor is memory association. At night, the mind is less selective. Memories are triggered easily. A sound, a smell, a thought. This can bring up old emotional material. The Stoics did not treat this as a sign that something was wrong. They saw it as the mind clearing its backlog. Unfinished emotional business often feels urgent at night because the mind mistakes expression for emergency. But most emotions do not need action. They need permission. When you allow them to exist without judgment, they lose intensity. The Stoics practiced emotional honesty without indulgence. They did not dramatize feeling, but they did not deny it either. They acknowledged what was present and refused to build stories around it. This balance prevented emotion from hijacking the night. A helpful way to approach bedtime emotions is to notice what they are asking for. Often, it is not resolution. It is recognition. A simple internal acknowledgement can be enough. This mattered. That was hard. I feel this. These statements do not demand action. They create space. Another important point is timing. Some emotions are not meant to be processed fully at night. The Stoics trusted daylight for deeper work. At night, the goal was not understanding or healing, but allowing emotion to exist without forcing it to go somewhere. When emotional business is allowed this way, it no longer needs to sneak in through thoughts. It can surface briefly and then settle. The mind does not need to keep translating feeling into narrative. Over time, this changes the tone of bedtime thinking. Thoughts become less charged. Emotions feel less demanding. The night stops feeling like an emotional ambush. The Stoics believed that peace does not come from finishing every emotional story. It comes from knowing when to stop telling them. Night is not the place for conclusions. It is the place for containment. When unfinished emotional business is met with quiet acknowledgement instead of mental effort, the nervous system relaxes. The body senses safety. Sleep becomes possible. You do not need to resolve your life before bed. You only need to stop running from what quietly wants to be seen. And when emotions no longer have to disguise themselves as thoughts to be noticed, the mind finally grows quiet enough to rest. And once unfinished emotions are allowed to surface without being chased or suppressed, a deeper reaction often appears. The moment the body grows still, the mind tightens. Not because something is wrong, but because stillness itself is misread. The brain quietly sounds an alarm, even in a safe bed, even in silence. This is where many people feel confused. Why does calm feel uncomfortable? Why does nothing happening feel like something is about to go wrong? The brain mistakes stillness for danger, because for most of human history, stillness meant exposure. Movement meant survival. Silence meant vulnerability. The Stoics understood that the human nervous system carries ancient instructions that no longer match modern life. When the body stops moving and the world goes quiet, the brain checks for threats. It does not find any, but instead of relaxing, it assumes they are hidden. This is why lying still can feel uneasy at first. The mind begins scanning. Thoughts appear rapidly. Sensations feel sharper. Awareness turns inward. The brain is not trying to harm you. It is trying to protect you using outdated information. It confuses absence of stimulation with absence of safety. The Stoics believed this misinterpretation was one of the main reasons people struggled at night. During the day, constant input reassures the brain. Noise, light, activity, and conversation signal that the environment is active and predictable. At night, those signals disappear. The brain fills the gap by generating internal noise. Thinking becomes a substitute for movement. Stillness removes distraction, and distraction is how many people regulate anxiety. When stillness arrives, the brain no longer has external anchors. It turns inward and interprets this inward focus as a potential threat. This is why stillness can trigger thoughts about health, mortality, mistakes, or loss. The brain scans the internal world the same way it would scan the dark outside. Another reason stillness feels dangerous is because it interrupts control. Movement and activity give the illusion of influence. Stillness removes that illusion. The brain responds by increasing alertness. It wants to stay ready. It wants to monitor. The Stoics recognized this as resistance to surrender, not intuition. There is also a sensory shift. In stillness, subtle sensations become noticeable. Heartbeat, breath, muscle tension. For an untrained mind, this awareness feels alarming. The brain interprets sensation as signal. It asks, "Why am I noticing this?" Instead of relaxing, it escalates attention. The Stoics trained themselves to feel without reacting, teaching the brain that sensation does not equal danger. The mind also associates stillness with loss of identity. When you are not doing, achieving, or thinking, you may feel undefined. The brain reacts to this lack of role as a threat. It produces thoughts to restore identity, plans, worries, self-talk. These thoughts are not necessary. They are compensatory. The Stoics understood that the brain prefers certainty over calm. Stillness offers calm, but removes certainty. Nothing is happening, so nothing can be predicted. The brain fills this uncertainty with imagined scenarios. It would rather feel anxious than unanchored. This is why many people feel more anxious when they try to relax. The attempt to be still removes the usual coping tools. The brain reacts like an animal that has stopped running, but has not yet learned it is safe. It stays alert out of habit. The Stoics did not fight this response. They trained it. They stayed still long enough for the brain to update its assumptions. When nothing bad happened, the nervous system learned. This learning only happens through experience, not explanation. Stillness also removes the future. Planning requires movement towards something. In stillness, there is only now. For a brain trained to live ahead of itself, this feels threatening. The Stoics practiced returning attention to the present moment without demanding that it feel good. Safety, they believed, was not a feeling to chase, but a condition to recognize. Another important insight is that the brain confuses stillness with passivity. It assumes that if you are still, you are unprepared. The Stoics rejected this. They believed readiness comes from clarity, not motion. A still mind is not helpless, it is receptive. At night, this misinterpretation becomes stronger because the body naturally slows. The brain resists this slowdown by increasing thought. This creates the paradox of being tired but alert. The Stoics saw this as the brain lagging behind the body's wisdom. A gentle way to work with this is to allow small amounts of stillness instead of forcing full quiet. The brain learns safety in increments. A few seconds without reaction, a few breaths without commentary. These moments teach the nervous system that stillness does not lead to harm. The Stoics also practiced reminding themselves of where they were, safe, sheltered, at rest, not as reassurance, but as orientation. Orientation calms the survival brain. It places stillness in context. Over time, the brain stops mistaking stillness for danger. It learns a new association. Stillness becomes a signal for repair, not threat. Silence becomes familiar instead of suspicious. When this shift happens, nights change. The moment before sleep no longer feels tense. The mind does not rush to fill space. The body is allowed to settle fully. The Stoics believed that peace begins when the brain updates its story about stillness. When stillness is no longer treated as exposure, the mind stops guarding against it. Stillness is not the absence of safety. It is often the first sign of it. And once the brain learns this, it no longer needs to stay awake to protect you from quiet. And once stillness is no longer mistaken for danger, another misunderstanding needs to be corrected. Many people believe that detaching at night means shutting down emotionally, becoming cold, numb, distant. The Stoics never taught this. What they practiced was something far more precise: detachment without suppression. There is a quiet tension that comes from trying not to feel. The jaw tightens, the chest hardens, the mind stays alert, guarding against emotion. This is not detachment, it is resistance. And resistance keeps the nervous system active. The Stoics saw that pushing emotions away at night only gave them more power. What you suppress does not rest, it waits. Evening detachment, as the Stoics understood it, was not about cutting off feeling, it was about loosening ownership. Emotions were allowed to exist, but they were not given authority. You could feel sadness without turning it into a story. You could feel anxiety without obeying it. You could feel regret without replaying it. This distinction is what made rest possible. Suppression says, "This should not be here." Detachment says, "This is here and I do not need to act on it." One creates inner conflict, the other creates space. At night, space is everything. The body cannot sleep while it is fighting itself. The Stoics noticed that emotional suppression often comes from fear. Fear that if you feel something fully, it will overwhelm you. Fear that feeling equals weakness. Fear that emotion demands resolution. These fears keep people tense at bedtime. Detachment without suppression dissolves this fear by allowing emotion to pass without escalation. They practiced acknowledging emotion the way you acknowledge weather. You notice it. You don't argue with it. You don't try to control it. You don't pretend it isn't happening. You simply don't build your plans around it. This attitude calmed the nervous system because it removed urgency. At night, emotions often surface because they were postponed all day. The Stoics did not punish themselves for this. They understood that function requires delay, but delay does not mean denial. Evening was a time to let emotion surface gently without digging into it. This is where many people get stuck. They think allowing emotion means analyzing it, explaining it, fixing it, but analysis activates the mind. Fixing implies a problem. The Stoics allowed feeling without investigation. They trusted that emotion does not need explanation to pass. Detachment also meant recognizing limits. At night, there is very little you can do with emotion beyond allowing it. You cannot repair relationships. You cannot change outcomes. You cannot gain new information. Trying to do so keeps the mind alert. Detachment accepts these limits without frustration. The Stoics believed that emotion becomes disruptive only when it is resisted or dramatized. When neither happens, emotion behaves like a wave. It rises, peaks, and falls. Suppression traps it. Rumination prolongs it. Detachment releases it. Another important aspect of evening detachment was self-compassion. The Stoics did not shame themselves for feeling. They did not demand emotional perfection before sleep. They accepted that being human includes emotional residue at the end of the day. This acceptance reduced inner friction. Evening detachment also protected against emotional over-identification. You are not your feelings. They are temporary states, not definitions. At night, when feelings feel closer and heavier, this reminder matters. Detachment keeps identity stable even when emotion shifts. The Stoics practiced stepping back without stepping away. They stayed present with emotion, but they did not lean into it. This balance is subtle. It requires patience. But it teaches the nervous system that emotion can exist without requiring action. This practice also prevents emotional spillover into sleep. When emotions are allowed to settle naturally, they do not need to hijack dreams or fragment rest. Suppressed emotion often returns later, louder. Allowed emotion usually softens. Another benefit of evening detachment is that it reduces the need for distraction. Many people distract themselves at night to avoid feeling. Screens, noise, stimulation. The Stoics did not rely on distraction. They relied on presence without attachment. This allowed quiet without fear. A simple way to practice this is to name emotion without story. There is sadness. There is tension. There is worry. Not, I am sad because. Not, this means. Just recognition. Naming without narrative calms the limbic system and prevents escalation. Detachment without suppression also means trusting sleep to do some of the work. The Stoics understood that sleep is not passive. It processes emotion beneath awareness. By allowing emotion to exist without interference, you allow sleep to integrate it naturally. Over time, this practice changes the emotional tone of night. Feelings still appear, but they no longer dominate. They no longer demand attention. They no longer feel threatening. The Stoics believed that emotional maturity was not about control, but about relationship. How you relate to emotion determines whether it disturbs or passes. Evening detachment refines this relationship. When emotion is no longer fought or indulged, the body relaxes. The breath deepens. The mind stops scanning. The night becomes softer. You do not need to be emotionally empty to sleep. You only need to stop wrestling with what you feel. Detachment without suppression gives you that freedom. And in that freedom, rest arrives not because you shut yourself down, but because you finally stopped pulling yourself apart. And once emotion is allowed to exist without being suppressed or indulged, another challenge often shows itself. Thoughts that feel sudden, unwanted, and unsettling. They appear without warning. They interrupt calm. They don't match your values. And because they feel intrusive, the mind reacts with fear. This is where many people make the mistake of labeling, judging, and escalating what never needed to grow. The Stoics would not have been surprised by intrusive thoughts. They believed the mind produces impressions automatically, without moral intent. A thought appearing was not a choice. What mattered was what followed. Modern minds tend to panic when a disturbing thought appears. Why did I think this? What does this say about me? This reaction gives the thought weight. The Stoics did the opposite. They removed its importance by refusing to name it as special. Labeling a thought as intrusive feels protective, but it often backfires. The label implies danger. It suggests the thought is abnormal, threatening, or meaningful. Once labeled, the mind starts watching it, monitoring it, trying to prevent it from returning. This attention feeds the very thing you want gone. The Stoics did not label thoughts as good, bad, healthy, or unhealthy. They treated them as mental weather, events passing through awareness, some pleasant, some unpleasant, none authoritative on their own. By not labeling, they prevented thoughts from gaining identity and power. Intrusive thoughts feel disturbing because they clash with who you believe yourself to be. This clash creates fear. The Stoics addressed this by separating thought from character. A thought does not represent intention. It does not represent desire. It does not represent truth. It represents activity, nothing more. At night, intrusive thoughts feel stronger because the mind is quieter. There is less background noise to dilute them. The mistake many people make is responding with force, trying to block the thought, argue with it, replace it. Each of these responses keeps attention locked onto it. The Stoics would have seen this as unnecessary struggle. Their approach was simple but difficult. They allowed the thought to exist without reaction. No labeling, no analysis, no defense. Just acknowledgement without engagement. This starved the thought of the energy it needed to continue. Another reason intrusive thoughts linger is fear of recurrence. The mind worries that if the thought returns, it means something is wrong. This fear turns the mind into a guard, scanning for the thought. Scanning keeps it active. The Stoics believed vigilance was the problem, not the thought. They understood that the mind produces strange content constantly. Most of it goes unnoticed because it is not resisted. When resistance appears, the mind flags the thought as important. This is why labeling is dangerous. It teaches the mind what to focus on. The Stoics also rejected the idea that you must deal with every thought. Some thoughts do not require processing. They require neglect. By not labeling, you deny the thought a role in your inner world. It passes the same way a random sound passes when you do not turn toward it. At night, this practice is especially powerful. When an intrusive thought appears, the Stoic response would be inwardly neutral. No tension, no internal commentary, no attempt to push it away. This neutrality confuses the mind in a good way. It expects resistance. When none comes, the thought fades. They also avoided asking why questions about intrusive thoughts. Why activates analysis. Analysis feeds the loop. The Stoics focused on what was within their control. Response. The cause of a thought was irrelevant if it did not require action. Another key point is that intrusive thoughts often carry emotional charge because they are feared. Remove fear, and the charge dissolves. The Stoics believed fear came from mistaken judgment. The judgment that a thought has power. Remove that judgment, and fear has nothing to attach to. They also understood that labeling creates identity conflict. When you label a thought as intrusive, you imply that it does not belong. This creates inner division. Part of you fights another part. The Stoics aimed for inner unity. Thoughts could exist without becoming enemies. This does not mean agreeing with the thought. It means refusing to wrestle with it. You do not have to approve of a thought to ignore it. You only have to stop reacting. The Stoics would also remind themselves that the mind calms through familiarity. When a thought appears and nothing happens, the nervous system learns it is not a threat. Over time, the mind stops producing it because it no longer serves a purpose. At night, when intrusive thoughts appear, the most effective response is often the least dramatic. No labeling, no explanation, no judgment, just letting the thought be present and then letting it pass. This practice feels uncomfortable at first because the mind wants resolution. It wants certainty, but certainty is not needed. Safety is, and safety comes from non-engagement. Another important aspect is self-trust. The Stoics trusted their values more than their thoughts. They knew that character is shown through action, not mental noise. This trust allowed them to ignore thoughts that did not align with their values without panicking. Over time, Intrusive thoughts lost their shock value. They became background noise, and background noise does not keep you awake. The Stoics believed peace was not achieved by cleansing the mind, but by changing the relationship with it. When thoughts are no longer labeled, they are no longer elevated. Night becomes quieter, not because thoughts stop appearing, but because none of them are treated as emergencies. The mind stops flinching. The body relaxes. You do not need to fight your mind to sleep. You only need to stop granting every thought a name and a role. When intrusive thoughts are met with neutrality instead of fear, they dissolve on their own. And in their absence, the mind finally finds the stillness it was searching for all along. And once intrusive thoughts are no longer treated as emergencies, another pattern becomes easier to see. The strange pressure that appears only after dark. The feeling that something must be handled right now, not tomorrow, not later, now. This urgency feels convincing, almost undeniable, even when nothing has changed since the afternoon. The Stoics recognized this as one of the mind's most persistent illusions. Nighttime is when false urgency feels most real because the mind loses its sense of proportion. During the day, urgency is tested by action. You can check facts, take steps, talk to others, or simply get busy. At night, action disappears. The mind is left alone with its signals, and without reality to push back, those signals grow louder. Urgency is not the same as importance. The Stoics were very clear about this. Urgency is a feeling. Importance is a judgment. At night, feelings dominate because energy is low. The tired mind cannot weigh priorities accurately, so it mistakes intensity for necessity. A thought feels strong, so it must be important. A worry feels pressing, so it must be addressed. False urgency often enters quietly. It begins with a thought like, "I should deal with this before I sleep." That word "should" carries pressure. It suggests obligation. Once accepted, the mind starts working harder, even though working harder brings no real benefit at that hour. The Stoics believed false urgency was rooted in fear of forgetting. The mind worries that if it does not act now, something will be lost. An insight, a responsibility, a chance to prevent harm. At night, this fear intensifies because memory feels fragile and control feels distant. The mind clings. Another reason false urgency feels real at night is because fatigue lowers tolerance for uncertainty. When rested, the mind can say, "This can wait." When tired, waiting feels dangerous. The Stoics understood that tired minds demand closure, not because it is needed, but because they cannot hold open loops comfortably. False urgency also feeds on silence. When the world quiets, internal signals face no competition. Thoughts echo. Emotions feel closer. The absence of distraction makes everything feel immediate. The Stoics did not interpret this immediacy as truth. They interpreted it as amplification. There is also a biological factor. As the body prepares for sleep, cortisol should drop. But when the mind perceives urgency, cortisol rises instead. This creates a loop. The body feels alert, so the mind assumes there must be a reason. The mind searches for one and finds it in thought. The urgency feels justified because the body is activated. The Stoics recognized this loop and refused to obey it. They did not treat every urgent feeling as a command. They asked whether action was possible or necessary at that moment. If it was not, urgency was dismissed as noise. False urgency often focuses on abstract problems, meaning, direction, identity, relationships. These are not issues that can be resolved at night, yet the mind insists they must be addressed now. The Stoics believe this insistence was a misunderstanding of timing. Some problems require living, not thinking. Another reason urgency feels real at night is because consequences feel closer. Tomorrow feels immediate. The distance between now and then collapses. This makes future events feel like emergencies. The Stoics countered this by restoring distance mentally. Tomorrow is not happening now. Treating it as if it is creates unnecessary stress. They also noticed that false urgency is repetitive. The same issues feel urgent night after night, yet nothing is solved. This repetition was a clue. True urgency leads to resolution. False urgency leads to exhaustion. The Stoics believed wisdom involved recognizing when the mind was trying to force action where none was possible. They practiced delaying response, not ignoring, but postponing. This can be looked at in the morning. This delay was not avoidance, it was strategic. Another insight was that false urgency often masks emotional discomfort. The mind creates tasks to avoid feeling. If something feels unresolved emotionally, the mind reframes it as urgent intellectually. The Stoics learned to ask whether urgency was covering something else. Often it was. At night, false urgency also feels real because the mind is alone. There is no external feedback to challenge it. During the day, someone might say, "This can wait." At night, the mind speaks unopposed. The Stoics trained themselves to become that opposing voice. They did this by setting clear rules for night. Night was not for decisions, not for conclusions, not for commitments. This removed authority from urgent thoughts. They could appear, but they could not dictate behavior. Over time, this practice changed how urgency was experienced. When urgent thoughts appeared and were not acted on, the nervous system learned. Nothing bad happened. The urgency faded. The mind stopped escalating because escalation no longer worked. False urgency thrives on belief. Belief that now is the only safe time. The Stoics replaced that belief with trust. Trust in timing. Trust in rest. Trust that clarity improves, not worsens after sleep. When urgency is no longer obeyed automatically, nights become quieter. Thoughts still arise, but they lose their commanding tone. They no longer demand attention. They wait. And when thoughts can wait, the body can rest. Nighttime urgency feels real because the mind is tired, unchallenged, and seeking control. Once you understand this, you stop treating urgency as truth. You treat it as a signal of fatigue. The Stoics believed that what feels urgent at night often feels manageable by morning. They trusted this pattern, and because they trusted it, they slept. When false urgency loses its grip, the mind stops racing against time that is not running out. The night slows. The body settles, and sleep arrives not because everything is done, but because nothing needs to be done right now. And when false urgency finally loses its authority, another quiet habit becomes visible, one that feels harmless, even natural, the replaying of conversations, what you said, what you didn't say, what they might have meant, what you should have replied. These mental reruns slip in gently, often disguised as reflection, but the Stoics saw the damage they caused when carried into the night. Replaying conversations before sleep feels productive because it feels social. The mind tells you it is preparing for connection, protecting your image, or correcting mistakes. In reality, it keeps the nervous system active long after the interaction has ended. The body reacts as if the conversation is happening again. Muscles tense, breathing changes, emotions reappear, sleep drifts away. The Stoics understood that the mind cannot distinguish between memory and reality when emotion is involved. When you replay a conversation, your body responds as if you are back in it. If the interaction carried tension, embarrassment, or conflict, the body re-enters that state. At night, when the body is meant to power down, this reactivation is especially disruptive. One of the most damaging aspects of replaying conversations is that the mind edits them unfairly. You are no longer dealing with what actually happened. You are dealing with a distorted version shaped by fatigue, insecurity, and imagination. The other person becomes harsher. Your mistakes become larger. Neutral moments become negative. The Stoics warned against trusting judgment made in exhaustion. Another silent cost is loss of closure. Conversations that were finished in real life are reopened mentally. This creates the illusion that something is still unresolved. The mind keeps returning, trying to reach a better ending. But the ending has already passed. Replaying does not change it. It only prevents rest. The Stoics believed this habit was rooted in concern for reputation. How you are seen, how you were perceived. Replaying conversations is often an attempt to regain control over image. But at night, image management serves no purpose. There is no audience, only the self being kept awake. They also noticed that conversation replay often shifts responsibility unfairly inward. You take full ownership of the interaction, ignoring the other person's mood, history, and limitations. This creates unnecessary self-blame. The Stoics believed responsibility should be accurate, not inflated. Another reason this habit is damaging is because it keeps the mind in comparison mode. You measure yourself against imagined responses, imagined expectations, imagined outcomes. This erodes self-trust. Instead of accepting how you showed up, you rewrite yourself endlessly. Sleep requires acceptance. Comparison blocks it. At night, replaying conversations also becomes repetitive. The same exchange loops without new insight. This repetition is not learning. It is emotional chewing. The Stoics saw this as the mind trying to discharge tension without knowing how. They believed the solution was not more thinking, but stopping the loop. They practiced recognizing when a replay had no forward movement. If nothing new was being learned, they disengaged. Not because the interaction didn't matter, but because night was not the place for social correction. Another hidden cost is how this habit trains the mind. When you replay conversations before sleep, you teach the brain that bed is a place for social evaluation. Over time, the bed becomes associated with alertness, self-judgment, and emotional labor. Sleep becomes harder even on nights when nothing happened. The Stoics also understood that replaying conversations steals presence from future interactions. When you mentally rehearse past conversations, you carry tension forward. You become guarded, less natural, less responsive. The very habit meant to improve connection weakens it. There is also a loss of compassion toward yourself and others. Fatigue reduces generosity. The mind becomes critical. Replaying conversations at night often lacks context and empathy. The Stoics believed empathy required clarity, not exhaustion. They practiced a simple but powerful shift. Once a conversation ended, it ended. Reflection, if needed, was done briefly and intentionally. Then it was released. Night was not for social autopsies. Another Stoic insight was that most conversations do not require perfection. Human interaction is imperfect by nature. Expecting flawless expression creates constant dissatisfaction. The Stoics accepted this imperfection. They valued intention over performance. A helpful practice is to notice when replaying begins and label it accurately, not as reflection, but as repetition. Once you see it as repetition, its usefulness becomes questionable. The mind is less likely to continue when it knows it is not progressing. They also trusted that relationships do not improve through midnight self-criticism. They improve through presence, honesty, and rest. Sleep restores emotional regulation, which is far more valuable than any imagined response crafted in the dark. At night, the mind seeks resolution through replay because it does not want to feel unfinished. The Stoics accepted unfinishedness. Conversations, like days, do not need perfect endings. When replaying conversations is released, the body relaxes. The social nervous system stands down. The mind no longer prepares for dialogue that is not happening. The silence that follows may feel strange at first. The mind may try to return to the loop, but when it is not followed, it fades. The Stoics believed that once words are spoken, they belong to the past. Carrying them into the night gives them power they no longer deserve. Sleep does not ask you to be socially perfect. It asks you to stop reliving moments that are already over. When conversations are allowed to rest where they belong, the mind stops rehearsing ghosts. The body settles, and the night finally becomes what it was meant to be. A place where nothing needs to be said anymore. And when the echoes of old conversations finally fade, another habit quietly loosens its grip. The habit of demanding certainty before allowing rest. The belief that you must know how things will turn out, how you feel about them, or what they mean before sleep is allowed. When this demand softens, sleep often improves in ways that feel almost surprising. The need for certainty is deeply human. It creates a sense of stability. When you know what is coming, the nervous system relaxes. When you don't, it stays alert. At night, this need becomes stronger because the future feels closer and the present feels thinner. The Stoics understood this and made a radical choice. They stopped asking the night to provide answers it was never meant to give. Certainty feels comforting, but it is not neutral. It activates the mind. To reach certainty, you must think, compare, evaluate, and predict. All of these processes signal alertness. Sleep requires the opposite signal. When you demand certainty at night, you keep the brain in problem-solving mode. The body receives mixed messages. It is told to rest and to prepare at the same time. The Stoics believed that uncertainty itself was not the problem. The problem was resistance to it. They accepted uncertainty as a permanent feature of life. This acceptance removed urgency from the mind. If uncertainty is normal, it does not need to be eliminated before rest. It can be carried into sleep without danger. At night, the mind often asks questions like, "What will happen? Did I do the right thing? How will this turn out?" These questions feel important because they promise relief if answered. But the Stoics noticed that answering them rarely brought peace. New questions replaced old ones. Certainty, once achieved, was brief. They also understood that certainty is often false at night. Fatigue distorts judgment. Emotions exaggerate outcomes. The mind fills gaps with fear or hope. Certainty reached in this state is unreliable. The Stoics preferred honest uncertainty to tired conclusions. Another reason sleep improves when certainty is released is because the body no longer needs to stay vigilant. Certainty seeking keeps the nervous system on edge. It waits for confirmation. When you accept that confirmation will come later, the system stands down. The body relaxes because it no longer expects answers. The Stoics also believed that certainty is often a form of control. Wanting to know how things will unfold is a way to feel in charge. At night, when control is limited, the desire for certainty intensifies. Letting go of this desire is an act of humility. It acknowledges that some things unfold without your supervision. They practiced trusting the process of time. They knew that clarity often arrives after rest, not before it. Sleep reorganizes memory, emotion, and perspective. By sleeping, you are not postponing certainty. You are creating the conditions for better understanding. Another insight was that demanding certainty creates inner conflict. One part of you wants to rest, another part insists on answers. This conflict keeps the mind active. When certainty is no longer demanded, the conflict dissolves. There is no argument to win. The Stoics also separated safety from certainty. You do not need to know what will happen to be safe. Safety comes from shelter, rest, and presence. At night, most uncertainties pose no immediate threat. Recognizing this allows the body to relax, even when questions remain open. There is also an emotional cost to demanding certainty. It creates self-pressure. If you don't know, you feel inadequate. You judge yourself for confusion. This judgment adds tension. The Stoics treated confusion as temporary, not personal. This reduced emotional strain. Sleep improves when certainty is released because the mind stops scanning. Scanning is exhausting. It looks for signals, patterns, predictions. When scanning stops, attention softens. Thoughts slow. Awareness narrows naturally toward rest. Another reason this shift helps is because uncertainty allows curiosity instead of fear. When you stop demanding answers, questions lose their edge. They become lighter. Curiosity does not keep you awake. Fear does. The Stoics also understood that some questions are not meant to be answered in thought. They are meant to be answered in experience. Demanding certainty before experience arrives is like demanding the ending of a story before it unfolds. This demand creates frustration. Letting the story continue without commentary creates ease. A practical change that follows this mindset is learning to say, "I don't need to know this now." This sentence reduces pressure immediately. It gives the mind permission to pause. Over time, the nervous system learns that unanswered questions do not require vigilance. Another important point is that certainty is often mistaken for peace. But peace does not require understanding. It requires acceptance. The Stoics believed acceptance was the gateway to tranquility. Acceptance does not answer questions. It removes resistance to them. When certainty is no longer demanded, sleep becomes less conditional. You no longer wait for the mind to finish its work. You recognize that the mind's work is never finished, and that is okay. The night stops being a test you must pass. It becomes a transition you are allowed to enter. Questions can remain unanswered. Feelings can remain unresolved. The body still rests. Over time, this practice builds trust. Trust that life continues even when you are not monitoring it. Trust that clarity returns. Trust that nothing essential is lost by sleeping. The Stoics lived with uncertainty daily, Yet they slept because they understood something simple and profound. You do not need certainty to rest. You need permission to stop seeking it. When that permission is given, the mind releases its grip. The body settles into rhythm. Sleep arrives quietly, without negotiation. And in the morning, clarity often feels closer. Not because you solved everything, but because you finally allowed yourself to rest inside what you did not know. And when certainty is no longer demanded, many people try to replace it with something else. Calm. They decide it is time to be calm now. They breathe harder. They relax on command. They tell the mind to quiet down, and almost immediately, tension returns. This is where the final misunderstanding appears. Calm cannot be forced. It can only be allowed. Forcing calm is still effort. It is control wearing a softer mask. The mind says, "I must relax," and the body hears another order. Orders create pressure. Pressure keeps the nervous system alert. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that calm is not an achievement. It is a condition that appears when interference stops. The anxious or exhausted mind treats calm like a task. Something to accomplish before sleep is permitted. This turns calm into another requirement, another thing to get right. When it doesn't happen immediately, frustration appears. Frustration activates the very system calm depends on shutting down. The Stoics would say that calm is a byproduct, not a goal. It emerges when the struggle ends. When the need to manage thoughts, feelings, and outcomes relaxes, calm fills the space naturally. Trying to create it is like trying to smooth water with your hands. The movement itself creates waves. Another reason calm cannot be forced is because the body leads the process, not the mind. Calm begins as a physical state. Muscles soften. Breathing deepens. Heart rate slows. These changes happen when the body feels safe, not when it is commanded. The Stoics respected this order. They did not argue with the body. They created conditions and stepped back. Forcing calm also keeps attention on the problem. Am I calm yet? Why am I still tense? This monitoring keeps the mind active. The Stoics believed attention was powerful. Wherever it rests, energy follows. When attention rests on the absence of calm, calm moves further away. They also understood that calm arrives unevenly. It comes in waves, moments of ease followed by moments of tension. Forcing calm rejects this natural rhythm. Allowing calm accepts it. The Stoics allowed fluctuation without panic. They trusted that calm would return on its own. Another mistake people make is trying to calm thoughts directly. Thoughts do not respond well to force. They respond to neglect. The Stoics practiced non-engagement. When thoughts were not fed, they slowed naturally. Calm followed as a side effect. Calm also cannot be forced because it requires consent from deeper systems. The nervous system must believe that nothing needs immediate attention. Forcing calm tells the system the opposite. It suggests urgency. This must change now. Urgency and calm cannot coexist. The Stoics believed that calm is what remains when you stop demanding a certain inner state. When you stop saying, "I need to feel different." Acceptance creates relaxation. Resistance creates tension. Calm grows in acceptance. Another important insight is that calm is not the absence of sensation. Many people try to calm themselves by numbing, ignoring feelings, distracting, suppressing. This creates temporary quiet but long-term tension. The Stoics allowed sensation without struggle. Calm does not require numbness. It requires non-resistance. At night, forcing calm often shows up as trying techniques aggressively, counting breaths rigidly, controlling posture, monitoring relaxation. These actions keep the mind in charge. The Stoics would soften all of this. They believed calm comes when the mind steps aside. They practiced something simpler, letting the body settle at its own pace, allowing thoughts to come and go without correction, accepting whatever state was present without labeling it wrong. This acceptance removed pressure. Pressure is what blocks calm. Another reason calm must be allowed is because it depends on trust. Trust that nothing bad will happen if you stop trying. Trust that the mind does not need constant supervision. Trust that rest is safe. Forcing calm signals distrust. Allowing calm signals confidence. The Stoics built this trust through repetition. Night after night, they allowed things to be unfinished, unresolved, and uncertain. And night after night, nothing collapsed. The nervous system learned. Calm became easier because it was no longer questioned. They also understood that calm is not always pleasant at first. When tension releases, awareness increases. You may feel tiredness you were ignoring, emotions you were holding back. Calm does not erase these. It allows them to pass without resistance. Forcing calm tries to skip this stage. Calm also cannot be forced because it is not something you add. It is something you uncover. When effort stops, calm is already there. It does not need to be built. It needs to be uncovered. A simple Stoic shift is to stop trying to calm down and start allowing things to be as they are. Tense? Allow it. Restless? Allow it. Calm appears when opposition ends. At night, this permission changes everything. The mind stops checking. The body stops bracing. The transition into sleep becomes smoother because nothing is being pushed. The Stoics believed that calm is the natural state of a system that is not being threatened. When you stop threatening yourself with demands, calm returns on its own. You do not need to relax harder. You need to stop interfering. When calm is allowed instead of forced, it arrives quietly. It does not announce itself. It does not require effort. It simply appears when the mind steps out of the way. And in that space, sleep no longer feels like something you must reach. It feels like something you fall into naturally, because nothing is holding you upright anymore. And when calm is finally allowed instead of forced, a deeper realization begins to settle in. The mind is quieter, not because problems disappeared, but because unnecessary noise was removed. This is where the Stoics took an unexpected step. They did not see mental clutter as only a personal inconvenience or a sleep issue. They saw it as an ethical problem. To the Stoics, ethics was not just about how you treated others. It was about how you governed yourself. A cluttered mind was not neutral. It distorted judgment. It weakened attention. It pulled energy away from what truly mattered. Mental clutter, in their view, made it harder to live well. Mental clutter is made of thoughts that do not need to be there. Repeated worries, imagined conversations, endless planning, self-criticism without purpose. None of these are evil on their own, but when they crowd the mind, they interfere with reason. And reason, to the Stoics, was the foundation of virtue. A cluttered mind reacts instead of chooses. It confuses urgency with importance. It responds emotionally where wisdom is required. The Stoics believed that when the mind is full of noise, it cannot clearly distinguish what is within your control from what is not. This confusion leads to poor decisions and unnecessary suffering. At night, this becomes especially clear. Mental clutter prevents rest which weakens judgment the next day. A tired mind is more irritable, more impulsive, more fearful. The Stoics saw this chain clearly. Poor rest leads to poor judgment. Poor judgment leads to actions that harm both self and others. In this sense, mental clutter was not just exhausting, it was morally costly. They believed that clarity was a responsibility, not perfection, but care. Care for where attention is spent. Care for what is allowed to occupy the mind. Allowing the mind to be filled with endless noise was, to them, a form of negligence. Not because thoughts are bad, but because attention is valuable. Mental clutter also weakens presence. When the mind is crowded, you are only half with the people in front of you, half listening, half reacting, half engaged. The Stoics believed this diminished human connection. Ethical living required presence. Presence required space. They also saw mental clutter as a barrier to gratitude and fairness. A noisy mind focuses on imagined futures and unresolved pasts. It misses what is happening now. This leads to dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction leads to resentment. Resentment distorts how you treat the world. At night, mental clutter keeps the mind rehearsing roles and conflicts instead of resting. This makes the next day heavier before it begins. The Stoics believed that carrying unnecessary mental weight was unfair not only to yourself, but to those who depended on your clarity. Another ethical dimension was self-honesty. Mental clutter often hides avoidance. Avoidance of discomfort. Avoidance of acceptance. Avoidance of limits. The mind stays busy to avoid facing simple truths. The Stoics believed facing reality calmly was an ethical act. Clutter delayed that act. They also saw mental clutter as disrespectful to time. Time was finite. Attention was finite. Spending both on repetitive, unproductive thought was seen as wasteful, not in a harsh sense, but in a human one. You could not live fully if your mind was always elsewhere. The Stoics practiced mental housekeeping deliberately. They asked what thoughts deserved space and which did not based on comfort, but on usefulness. Thoughts that led to action or understanding were allowed. Thoughts that led only to agitation were released. This was discipline, not suppression. At night, this discipline became gentler. They did not demand clarity, they demanded restraint. They believed that bringing unnecessary mental clutter into sleep was unethical to the body. The body needed rest to function well. Keeping it awake with noise was a form of self-harm. They also understood that mental clutter feeds ego. The ego likes being busy. It likes feeling important. It likes believing it is managing life. The Stoics were wary of this. They believed humility included knowing when the mind's activity was unnecessary. Reducing mental clutter was not about emptying the mind completely. It was about alignment, aligning attention with values, aligning effort with timing, aligning thought with purpose. Anything outside that alignment was excess. This view changes how night is treated. Night is not a dumping ground for every thought you avoided during the day. It is a boundary, a limit, a signal that certain activities are no longer appropriate. Thinking endlessly at night was, to the Stoics, a failure to respect that boundary. They believed ethical living included protecting the mind's ability to reason clearly. Sleep was essential for that. Anything that interfered with sleep unnecessarily was seen as a problem worth addressing. Mental clutter also reduced freedom. A cluttered mind is reactive. It cannot pause. It cannot choose wisely. The Stoics believed freedom came from the ability to respond deliberately rather than compulsively. Clearing mental clutter was a path to that freedom. At night, this meant letting go of thoughts that did not belong to the moment. Not because they were unimportant, but because carrying them now served no good purpose. Ethical restraint meant knowing when to stop. When mental clutter is reduced, something subtle happens. The mind feels lighter. Attention sharpens. Emotions regulate more easily. Sleep deepens. The next day begins with more patience and clarity. The Stoics believed that a calm, clear mind was not a luxury, it was a moral responsibility, because from that mind came better actions, better relationships, and better judgment. Mental clutter clouds the lens through which you see the world. Clearing it is not about comfort alone, it is about seeing rightly. And when the mind is no longer burdened by unnecessary noise, night regains its proper role, not as a place of mental labor, but as a place of restoration. In that restoration, clarity returns, and with clarity, the ability to live well. And when mental clutter is finally seen as something that distorts judgment, another pattern quietly reveals itself. Beneath the noise, beneath the habits, there is a deeper question looping in the dark. Not about what happened or what will happen, but about who you are. This is where identity overthinking takes hold, and this is why sleep slips away so easily. Identity overthinking is not loud at first. It begins with small questions. What does this say about me? Why am I like this? Am I becoming someone I don't want to be? These questions feel meaningful, even necessary. They sound like self-awareness, but at night they turn the mind inward in a way that keeps it alert. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes restless when it tries to define itself continuously. Identity is not something meant to be solved each day, yet many people carry an unspoken pressure to constantly assess who they are becoming. At night, when roles fall away and distractions fade, this pressure moves to the center of attention. The problem is that identity questions have no natural endpoint. You cannot finish answering them. There is always another angle, another interpretation, another doubt. The mind keeps circling, hoping for certainty about the self. But certainty about identity is fragile, especially when the mind is tired. The Stoics believed identity was expressed through action, not thought. Who you are is shown in how you choose, how you respond, how you live. It is not something you need to audit every night. When identity becomes a thinking project instead of a lived process, the mind never rests. At night, identity overthinking often takes on a critical tone. You replay moments as evidence. A mistake becomes proof of a flaw. A hesitation becomes proof of weakness. The tired mind draws broad conclusions from small events. The Stoics warned against this. They believed character could not be judged accurately in exhaustion. Another reason identity overthinking keeps the mind awake is because it feels existential. It touches meaning, purpose, and worth. These are not light topics. They carry emotional weight. At night, when emotional regulation is low, this weight feels heavier. The mind reacts by staying awake, trying to stabilize itself through understanding. Identity overthinking is also closely tied to comparison. You measure yourself against who you used to be, who you think you should be, or who others appear to be. These comparisons feel sharper at night because the mind lacks balance. The Stoics believed comparison was one of the fastest ways to disturb inner peace, especially when done without context. Another subtle factor is fear of stagnation. Many people worry that if they stop thinking about who they are, they will stop growing. The Stoics rejected this fear. They believed growth happened through practice and reflection, not through constant self-surveillance. Reflection had limits. Identity overthinking ignored those limits. At night, the mind often asks identity questions because it does not know where else to go. Tasks are done. Problems are postponed. So attention turns inward. The Stoics would say this is the wrong timing for self-definition. Night is not for deciding who you are. It is for restoring the energy that allows you to live well tomorrow. Identity overthinking also creates emotional tension because it personalizes everything. Events are no longer just events. They become statements about the self. This personalization keeps the nervous system alert. The mind stays awake because it believes something essential is at stake. The Stoics believed this was a misunderstanding of identity itself. Identity is not fragile. It does not change with every mistake or success. It is shaped over time through consistent values. Nightly overthinking treats identity as something that can be damaged or repaired in a single moment. This belief creates unnecessary urgency. Another cost is self-alienation. When you constantly analyze who you are, you step away from simply being. You become an observer of yourself instead of a participant in life. This distance can feel unsettling at night. The Stoics believed peace came from alignment, not observation. They practiced trusting their character instead of inspecting it endlessly. This trust allowed the mind to rest. It removed the need to prove worth through thought. Identity did not need guarding at night. A helpful Stoic shift is to remember that identity is not a question to answer before sleep. It is a direction you move in over time. You do not need to define yourself to rest. You only need to allow yourself to be unfinished. The Stoics also separated evaluation from condemnation. When identity overthinking appears, it often carries judgment. I shouldn't be this way. I should be better by now. This judgment keeps the mind tense. The Stoics believed judgment without action was wasted energy. At night, they let identity questions wait, not because they were unimportant, but because night was not the place for them. They trusted that clarity about the self would come through living, not thinking. Over time, this practice weakened identity overthinking. When the mind stopped being rewarded for endless self-analysis, it quieted. Sleep became easier because nothing needed to be decided about who they were. Identity overthinking keeps the mind awake because it asks the mind to carry something too heavy for the dark. The self does not need to be defined every night. It needs to be lived each day. The Stoics believed that when you stop interrogating your identity at bedtime, you return to something simpler. Presence, breathing, rest. And in that rest, the mind no longer needs to prove or define anything. It can finally let go, knowing that who you are will still be there in the morning, unchanged by a single night of silence. And when identity is no longer put on trial each night, another force steps out of the shadows. It is quieter than fear, sharper than worry, and far more persistent. Self-judgment. The inner voice that reviews, criticizes, and measures you when the world has gone quiet. This voice is one of the strongest drivers of nocturnal anxiety, and the Stoics understood why it becomes loud precisely when you are supposed to rest. Self-judgment thrives in stillness because it feeds on attention turned inward. During the day, action interrupts it. At night, action stops. The mind looks for something to do, and judgment steps in. You replay choices, tone, reactions, productivity, restraint, not to learn, but to evaluate your worth. This keeps the nervous system alert because judgment signals danger. Not physical danger, but social and existential threat. The Stoics believed judgment was useful only when it led to improvement. When it did not, it became cruelty disguised as discipline. Nighttime self-judgment rarely improves anything. It only tightens the mind. The questions it asks are rarely specific or solvable. Why am I like this? What's wrong with me? Why can't I just get it together? These questions have no clean answers, so they keep the mind spinning. Nocturnal anxiety grows because self-judgment collapses time. One mistake becomes a pattern. One bad moment becomes a flaw. The tired mind draws permanent conclusions from temporary states. The Stoics warned against trusting moral evaluations made in exhaustion. A fatigued mind exaggerates guilt and minimizes progress. Another reason self-judgment intensifies at night is loss of context. During the day, you can see effort, complexity, and constraints. At night, context fades. Only the result remains, stripped of explanation. The mind judges without mercy because it no longer remembers the full picture. Self-judgment also activates the survival system. Humans evolved to fear rejection and failure because they once meant exclusion. When you judge yourself harshly, the body reacts as if your place in the group is threatened. Heart rate increases. Muscles tense. Sleep becomes difficult because the body believes it must stay alert. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed that relentless self-judgment weakened character rather than strengthening it. A mind under constant attack does not learn. It defends. At night, this defense shows up as anxiety. Another hidden effect is that self-judgment steals closure. Even when a day is finished, judgment reopens it. Nothing feels complete because nothing was good enough. The mind refuses to end the day because the verdict is still pending. Sleep waits for permission that never comes. The Stoics practiced a different approach. They separated evaluation from punishment. They reviewed actions with clarity, then stopped. Once the lesson was noted, judgment ended. Night was not a courtroom, it was a boundary. They also understood that judging yourself at night serves the ego, not wisdom. The ego believes suffering equals seriousness, that if you are harsh enough, you must be improving. The Stoics rejected this. They believed virtue was steady, not violent. Self-judgment also fuels comparison. At night, you measure yourself against imagined standards, against who you think you should be by now, against others who seem to be doing better. These comparisons are especially damaging because they are based on incomplete information and tired perception. Another reason self-judgment causes anxiety is because it removes safety. When the mind becomes hostile, there is no place to rest. Sleep requires an inner sense of refuge. Self-judgment destroys that refuge by turning the mind into an enemy. The Stoics believed peace required self-respect, not pride, but fairness. They believed you owed yourself an accurate view, not a cruel one. Accuracy includes limitations, effort, and context. Nighttime judgment ignores all three. A crucial Stoic insight was that self-judgment without action is pointless. If something can be changed, it should be addressed during the day. If it cannot, judging it at night only adds suffering. Either way, judgment at bedtime is misplaced. They also believed that improvement happens through repetition, not punishment. You do not become better by attacking yourself in the dark. You become better by resting, then acting again with intention. When self-judgment softens, nocturnal anxiety loses its fuel. The mind no longer feels under threat. The body relaxes because it is no longer being evaluated. A simple but powerful shift is to replace judgment with acknowledgement. That was hard. I did my best with what I had. These are not excuses. They are accurate statements. Accuracy calms the nervous system. The Stoics believed that the day deserves to end without a verdict, not because nothing matters, but because rest matters more. Judgment can wait. Sleep cannot. When you stop putting yourself on trial at night, the mind stops defending itself. Anxiety quiets because there is no attack to respond to. Self-judgment keeps the mind awake because it creates threat where none exists. Remove the threat, and the body no longer needs to stay alert. And when the mind is no longer busy accusing itself, it finally becomes safe enough to rest. And when self-judgment finally loosens its grip, the mind often reaches for something that feels safer, cleaner, and more respectable. Planning, lists, scenarios, strategies. The anxious edge softens just enough to feel productive again. It feels like progress. It feels like responsibility returning. But this is where another quiet trap waits. Planning feels productive because it creates motion without risk. You are doing something, but you are not exposed. You are active, but nothing is required of you yet. The Stoics would recognize this immediately. They would say the mind is moving not toward action, but away from discomfort. At night, planning often appears after judgment fades. Once the mind stops attacking itself, it looks for another way to justify staying awake. Planning steps in because it feels useful and harmless. I'm just getting organized. I'm thinking ahead. I'm being responsible. But beneath this surface, something else is happening. Planning at night often functions as avoidance. Avoidance of uncertainty. Avoidance of feeling. Avoidance of rest. When the mind plans, it stays in control. It stays above experience instead of inside it. This gives a sense of safety, but it blocks sleep because sleep requires surrender. The Stoics believed planning had a place, but that place was not the dark. Planning requires clarity, perspective, and proportion. At night, all three are compromised. Fatigue narrows thinking. Emotions color scenarios. What feels like preparation is often just rearranging anxiety into neat shapes. Another reason planning feels productive is because it postpones vulnerability. If you plan, you don't have to sit with uncertainty. You don't have to feel unfinished. You don't have to admit you don't know how things will unfold. Planning keeps you busy enough to avoid that admission. The Stoics were very clear about this. They believed some discomfort cannot be solved, only tolerated. Planning gives the illusion of solving. It promises relief without requiring acceptance. But because acceptance is what actually calms the nervous system, planning keeps the system alert. Nighttime planning also creates false reassurance. You feel better briefly because you have done something, but the reassurance fades quickly because no real action was taken. The plan remains hypothetical. The mind senses this and returns to planning again. This is how planning becomes repetitive instead of effective. The Stoics noticed that real preparation has an endpoint. It produces readiness and then stops. Avoidant planning has no endpoint. It keeps expanding because it is not serving a clear purpose. When planning becomes endless, it is no longer preparation. It is displacement. Another subtle issue is that planning at night often focuses on control, not values. You plan to prevent outcomes, not to express who you are. This shifts attention away from character and toward prediction. The Stoics believed character mattered more than contingency plans. You cannot plan your way out of every difficulty, but you can choose how you meet them. Planning also competes with trust. Trust that you will respond when the time comes. Trust that not everything must be handled in advance. At night, trust feels fragile, so planning steps in to replace it. The Stoics saw this replacement as costly. Planning without trust drains energy and builds rigidity. Another reason planning functions as avoidance is that it delays rest under the guise of responsibility. The mind says, "I can sleep after I figure this out." But figuring it out never finishes. Sleep becomes conditional, and conditional sleep rarely arrives. The Stoics rejected this condition. They believed rest was not a reward for preparation. It was a requirement for wise action. Planning without rest weakened judgment. They trusted that tomorrow's planning would be better after sleep. Nighttime planning also keeps the mind future-bound. Sleep happens only in the present. When attention is locked onto tomorrow, the body cannot fully disengage. The nervous system stays slightly activated, waiting for action that is not coming. The Stoics practiced separating thinking from timing. Some thoughts belonged to daylight. Night belonged to recovery. This boundary was not rigid but respected. When planning appeared at night, they recognized it as mistimed, not urgent. Another hidden cost is emotional bypassing. Planning can be used to avoid feeling sadness, fear, or disappointment. Instead of sitting with these emotions, the mind jumps ahead. Next time I'll do this. Here's how I'll fix it. The Stoics allowed emotion to be felt without immediately converting it into strategy. They believed that planning should follow understanding, not replace it. When planning comes too early, it interrupts emotional processing. The body stays unsettled because something is being skipped. A useful Stoic question is simple. Is this planning leading to action right now? If the answer is no, and it is night, then the planning is likely avoidance. Not malicious, not wrong, just misplaced. When planning is set down, there can be discomfort, a sense of emptiness, a feeling of unfinishedness. This is the moment the mind tries hardest to return to planning. The Stoics stayed here. They allowed the discomfort without filling it. This allowed the nervous system to recalibrate. Over time, the mind learned that it did not need to plan in order to be safe. Safety came from rest, from clarity, from presence. When planning stops serving avoidance, it becomes cleaner and more effective. It moves back to daytime, where it belongs. At night, the mind no longer pretends to work. Sleep improves because nothing is being postponed anymore. There is no task waiting to be completed before rest is allowed. The Stoics believed wisdom included knowing when thinking becomes a substitute for feeling, and when planning becomes a way to avoid stillness. Recognizing this is not failure. It is maturity. When planning is released at night, the body finally receives permission to stop preparing. The future can wait. The mind softens. And in that softness, sleep arrives not because everything is planned, but because nothing is being avoided anymore. And when planning finally steps aside instead of pretending to work, a deeper question naturally follows. If night is not for fixing, planning, judging, or preparing, then what is a good night? What does productivity even mean when the lights are off and the body is asking to rest? This is where the Stoics would quietly overturn one of our most ingrained beliefs. To the Stoics, a productive night had nothing to do with mental output. No insights gained, no problem solved, no future secured. Productivity, in their view, was not about doing more. It was about undoing what no longer served. A night was productive if it restored the mind's ability to reason clearly the next day. Modern thinking treats night like spare time for the mind, extra hours to catch up, to think through what was missed, to process what couldn't be handled earlier. The Stoics saw this as misuse. Night was not overflow space for unfinished thinking. It was a boundary, a signal that a different form of discipline was required. A productive night to them was one where the mind learned restraint, where it practiced stopping instead of continuing, where it recognized that not all effort is virtuous and not all stillness is waste. This restraint was not passive, it was intentional. It required awareness to notice when thought crossed from useful into harmful. They believed the highest nighttime productivity was recovery, not just physical rest, but restoration of judgment. The Stoics knew that reason weakens when the mind is fatigued. A mind that sleeps poorly becomes reactive, irritable, and short-sighted. In that sense, staying mentally busy at night was deeply unproductive. It stole from tomorrow. They would redefine a productive night as one where unnecessary burdens were set down, where thoughts that could not be acted on were released, where emotional residue was allowed to settle instead of being stirred. This kind of productivity leaves no visible result, but its effects are profound. Another Stoic measure of nighttime productivity was alignment. Did you end the day in accordance with reality? Or did you resist it? Fighting the night by thinking endlessly was, to them, a form of denial. Accepting the limits of the moment was wisdom. A productive night was one where acceptance replaced resistance. They also valued consistency over intensity. A productive night was not one perfect night of deep sleep followed by chaos. It was a repeatable pattern, a rhythm, night after night of gentle disengagement. This consistency trained the nervous system. Over time, sleep came more easily because the body trusted the pattern. The Stoics would also say that a productive night protected character. When you rest well, you are more patient, more fair, more resilient. When you don't, small frustrations become moral failures. You snap, you judge, you withdraw. From this perspective, rest is not self-indulgence, it is ethical preparation. Another redefinition was subtle but important. A productive night did not require feeling good. It required doing no harm. You could feel unsettled, sad, uncertain, and still have a productive night if you did not add extra suffering through mental struggle. Productivity was measured by what you did not do. They also believed that a productive night ended the day cleanly. Not perfectly, but cleanly. Clean meant no ongoing battles, no arguments with the past, no negotiations with the future. The day was allowed to be incomplete. This incompleteness was not failure, it was realism. The Stoics did not expect the mind to be silent at night. They expected it to be unengaged. Thoughts could pass, emotions could surface, sensations could be felt. Productivity lay in not turning these experiences into projects. They would likely say that most people sabotage their nights by trying to make them useful. They turn night into another arena for achievement. The Stoics rejected this. Night was not a place to win. It was a place to recover from effort. A productive night also meant trusting the body, trusting that sleep would come if not interfered with, trusting that the mind did not need supervision, trusting that nothing essential would be lost by resting. This trust reduced anxiety more effectively than any technique. They would redefine nighttime success as cooperation with natural processes, letting darkness do what it does, letting fatigue lead where it leads, letting consciousness narrow without fear. Fighting these processes was seen as arrogance. Cooperating with them was wisdom. Another aspect of productive night was humility. Accepting that you cannot solve life every day. Accepting that some things require time, not thought. Accepting that rest is part of growth, not a break from it. This humility softened the mind. The Stoics also believed a productive night prepared the soul, not through thinking, but through quiet. Quiet allows values to resurface. It allows perspective to reset. A noisy night leaves the soul cluttered. A quiet one clears space. They would say that if you wake up clearer, calmer, and more grounded, the night was productive, even if you did nothing but sleep, even if no answers came, even if nothing was resolved. This redefinition is uncomfortable for modern minds. It removes the ego's favorite metric, effort. It replaces it with something less visible, wisdom. A productive night in Stoic terms is one where you stop interfering with what restores you, where you let the mind power down without guilt, where you respect the boundary between effort and rest. When nights are treated this way, days change, judgment improves, emotions regulate more easily, decisions feel lighter. This is the true output of a productive night. The Stoics would not ask, "What did you accomplish last night?" They would ask, "What did you finally allow to end?" And when you allow the night to be unproductive in the modern sense, it becomes deeply productive in the human one. And when the idea of a productive night is finally freed from effort and achievement, another pattern quietly reveals itself. One that wears the mask of virtue. Moral perfectionism, the drive to always be right, always fair, always disciplined, always improving. On the surface, it looks admirable. At night, it becomes one of the most reliable engines of insomnia. Moral perfectionism is not about wanting to do good. It is about fearing being wrong. The Stoics understood this difference clearly. They valued virtue, but they warned against turning virtue into an impossible standard that the mind must constantly police. When morality becomes rigid, the mind never rests. It stays alert, scanning for failure. At night, moral perfectionism turns inward. The day is over, but the evaluation is not. You replay moments looking for ethical mistakes. Did I speak kindly enough? Did I waste time? Did I live up to my values today? These questions sound noble, but when asked in exhaustion, they become cruel. The mind turns into a moral auditor that never clocks out. The Stoics believed that virtue required judgment, not obsession. Moral perfectionism removes proportion. One misstep feels like a character flaw. One indulgence feels like weakness. The tired mind magnifies these evaluations, and the body reacts as if something serious is at stake. Sleep becomes difficult because the nervous system believes it must stay alert to correct moral failure. Another hidden link is guilt. Moral perfectionism feeds on guilt, even when none is warranted. Guilt keeps the mind active because it demands repair. At night, repair is impossible, so the mind loops. It searches for absolution through thought. This never works. Guilt without action becomes anxiety. The Stoics warned against judging oneself without context. They believed moral evaluation should include circumstance, effort, and limitation. At night, context disappears. Fatigue strips nuance. The mind judges without mercy. This judgment keeps the system in a state of threat. Moral perfectionism also confuses intention with outcome. You may have intended to act well, but the outcome fell short. At night, the mind judges the outcome and ignores the intention. The Stoics believed this was unfair. Virtue, to them, lived in intention and effort, not in perfect results. Another reason moral perfectionism causes insomnia is because it creates fear of repetition. What if I do this again? What if this is who I am? These fears keep the mind awake, monitoring itself. Self-monitoring prevents rest because it never allows surrender. The Stoics believe that character develops over time, not through nightly self-punishment. Improvement requires rest. A mind that never rests becomes rigid and fearful. Moral perfectionism turns growth into pressure. Pressure keeps the nervous system alert. There is also a subtle pride hidden inside moral perfectionism. The belief that you should be better than human, that you should not struggle, that you should not fail. The Stoics were blunt about this. They believed accepting human limitation was part of virtue. Refusing to accept it was arrogance, not excellence. At night, this refusal shows up as insomnia. The mind refuses to let the day end because it was not good enough. Sleep is withheld as punishment. The Stoics would see this as misplaced discipline. Discipline is for shaping behavior, not denying rest. Another link is fear of self-deception. Moral perfectionists often worry they are lying to themselves. That rest means excuse-making. That forgiveness means weakness. So they stay awake, replaying events, trying to prove honesty through suffering. The Stoics rejected this completely. They believed honesty did not require self-harm. They practiced moral review, but it was brief, balanced, and ended deliberately. Once the lesson was taken, the review stopped. Night was not for moral obsession. It was for recovery. Without recovery, virtue weakens. Moral perfectionism also keeps the mind future-focused. You plan how to be better tomorrow, how not to repeat mistakes. This planning feels ethical, but at night it functions like anxiety. It keeps the mind alert. The Stoics believed tomorrow's virtue depended on tonight's rest. Another important point is that moral perfectionism blocks self-compassion. Without compassion, the mind feels unsafe. Sleep requires inner safety. You cannot rest in a place where you are constantly judged. The Stoics believed self-respect was essential for tranquility. They also understood that moral clarity improves with rest. A tired mind is more rigid, more extreme, more punitive. Sleep softens judgment. It restores balance. Denying sleep in the name of virtue creates the opposite effect. A Stoic approach to this problem was to replace perfection with alignment. Did I try to live according to my values today? If yes, the day could end. If no, the lesson could be noted and left for tomorrow. There was no need to suffer through the night. At night, the Stoics practiced letting themselves be imperfect humans who would try again. This humility allowed sleep. It removed the need to prove goodness through wakefulness. When moral perfectionism loosens, insomnia often loosens with it. The mind no longer feels on trial. The body no longer feels threatened. Rest becomes allowed, not earned. The hidden link between moral perfectionism and insomnia is this. When goodness becomes a performance instead of a direction, the mind never stops working. It never feels finished. It never rests. The Stoics believed that virtue includes knowing when to stop. when to forgive yourself, when to let the day end. And when the day is allowed to end without moral punishment, the night finally does what it is meant to do. It restores the strength needed to live well tomorrow. When night stops being a battlefield, everything changes. You no longer wrestle your thoughts. You no longer chase certainty, replay conversations, rehearse tomorrow, or judge yourself in the dark. You recognize what belongs to you and what never did. You stop mistaking urgency for importance, control for safety, and effort for virtue. The Stoics showed us something simple and powerful. Peace is not built by thinking harder. Sleep is not earned by suffering longer. Mental silence arrives when the struggle ends, when the mind is finally allowed to stand down. Rest is not weakness. Letting go is not failure. And silence is not dangerous. It is where clarity is restored. It is where the mind remembers how to be human again. If something in this guide shifted the way you see your nights, leave a comment with mental silence and share which idea stayed with you the most. Reading your reflections helps this space grow with intention. And if you want more content on Stoicism, psychology, and mastering the inner world, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. The night doesn't have to be heavy anymore, and this is only the beginning.